And what you gonna do when Hulkamania and the largest arms in the world run wild on you?
Tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. right here in Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens. Don't you dare miss this one.
And what you gonna do when Hulkamania and the largest arms in the world run wild on you?
Tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. right here in Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens. Don't you dare miss this one.
Join Long-Haired Yeti in the cave for honest thoughts and opinions. Trust me, it's better than the basement. There's sausages down there. Portuguese sausages. And you have to keep your back to the wall. Stay non-butt fucked. Woke is dead, guys. Join Long-Haired Yeti in the cave. For honest thoughts and opinions. Trust me, it's better than the basement. There's sausages down there. Portuguese sausages. And you have to keep your back to the wall. Stay non-butt fucked. Woke is dead, guys. Join Long-Haired Yeti in the cave. For honest thoughts and opinions. Trust me, it's better than the basement. There's sausages down there. Portuguese sausages. And you have to keep your back...
Fuck it. I couldn't stop that. What the fuck was going on there? That is awesome, though, that is, to be honest. Right, how you doing, guys? Hope everyone is well, and obviously I'll have a cam on in a second. I can't get my headphones working for some bloody reason. I have no idea why, but yeah, that is pretty good. That is from Macaulay there. What he's done there with a Cartman thing. But yeah, started off with yeah, I mean, both of them are going to get taken out. Let's face it. You've got Hulk Hogan doing his speech, and you got Ozzy Osbourne because, unfortunately, we're lost to absolute legends this week. To absolute legends. And, yeah, it's massively surprising, especially like Ozzy. Imagine if you look at Ozzy in that last concert, you can kind of see that things wasn't going to go up from there, to be quite honest with you. You could sort of see it. I mean, all I've done since I've known about it is like listen to all the songs that he's done, watched a lot of the Osbournes, because let's face it, the Osbournes was the only good reality TV show. It's all the crap that's come afterwards that are shite, you know, but the Osbournes was actually really, really good. Let's have a look at what Pipes is saying. Oh, same thing. Who is gay? And there goes the copyright, bothered, and what the fuck, and you stupid woman, you stupid woman. Yeah, so it's crazy, isn't it, really? I mean, the fact that both of them have gone as well this week. So, I mean, I'm sure everything all to do with Ozzy and everything is getting watched. And obviously, there's one or two people on social media coming out and saying that he was a racist and all that kind of stuff. I mean, where does it end, really? Because from what I know of Ozzy, and I didn't know him personally, of course, and I don't go from like a reality TV show because I don't think there's a lot real in those things anyway. There's at the first might have had a few real things in it, but I think that was about it. But he seemed a very sort of he didn't really fall out with anybody, from what I could tell. Not sort of like, not that I know of anyway. Not that was right out there in the news or anything like that. Anyway, I can remember Kelly started getting annoyed with Christina Aguilera. And she had things to say. And when he found out that it was all over the news, he wasn't very happy about it. So I don't think he was that kind of guy. I don't think he did anything like that. But why people decide to attack people when they've died is just ridiculous. You know, you said nothing before, but now all of a sudden he's passed and you want to try and, you know, besmirch his reputation, which you'll never do with us anyway, ever. For me, the only loss was Ozzy. I couldn't care less about a wrestling dude. Well, I used to watch it back in the day, to be honest. Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, you know, was it Zeus? I used to watch all of them back in the day. So, I mean, it does, you know, it is somebody you've kind of grown up with in a sense. And he did come back to the WWE for quite a bit as well. Yeah, so, I mean, it's apparently cardiac arrest, I think it says. Big up to Daniel Knights. How you doing, mate? Hope you're well, pal. And do you like Johnny Minerals on YouTube? I've seen him, like, on a few shows and stuff like that. He sounds, yeah, I don't have no issue with him. I don't have no issue with him. I've spoke about it before. I've watched that video over and over again, and I can't hear that word coming out. But you know, everybody rounded on him, and that was it. So, you know, but yeah, I don't have no issue with him, mate. I think I've spoke to him once from the chat, maybe. I don't know. That was a good while ago. That was. Why is he all right or what? I thought you were going to say he's gone next. No, but I mean, I don't have no issue with him. Let me put the. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just pick the camera up first before I put it on. Yeah, he prefers Johnny Walker. Who the fucking hell is Johnny Walker? Who's Johnny Walker? And apparently that final Fantastic Four. I mean, I ain't seen the Angry Joe review yet. He's doing all right. I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. So, right. Oh, that was good. There you go, guys. I put myself on camera and then it just all fucking goes off. Brilliant. Are we actually going to come on tonight or what? Are we going to have one of those days where we don't come on at all? And let's have a look, see if I can actually... No camera is selected. What about this one right in front of my fucking face? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one's selected, isn't it? Right. Well, this isn't working. Oh, wait a minute. That's not on. Who turned that off then? Somebody turned that off. Somebody came over and turned that off when I weren't watching. Right, so, yeah, he prefers Johnny Walker. Don't know who Johnny Walker is. Johnny Minerals, never happy. No, I mean, he's another one that has a lot of things to say and stuff like that. I don't really know that much about Chelsea, to be quite honest with you. I'm more about Forest than most other teams. So, you know, if you've got a platform, so if you've got something to say, you've got something to say. And if you're not happy with what's going on, I mean, I look at Chelsea at the moment. I mean, it looks good. On the outside, it looks good. You know, they've just won that Club Cup. Fucking wherever the fucking thing it is. They've just won that and they're looking all right, to be fair. Pedro seems to be settling in. You know, they've got a few strikers now, which was missing last season. So far, looks all right to me, but I'm like I say, I'm not a Chelsea fan, so you have to ask Michael on that one more than me. Whiskey, you jackass. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't drink whiskey, mate. I don't drink whiskey. I've told you that so many fucking times. You've obviously got fucking sausages in your ears all the time. Johnny Walker the Scotch, you fucking pleb. I don't drink fucking Scotch, mate. I don't drink Scotch. So why the hell would I know that? I know Jack Daniels, and that's about fucking it. Is it Jameson? I don't know. But that's it, mate. I don't drink that sort of shit. So why the fuck would I know it? Yeah, I hate to burst your bubble, guys, but you know, like every time I get up in the morning, there ain't a great big poster on my wall that says Johnny Walker is a whiskey because I don't drink it. Yeah. So, you know, I don't walk outside and then I look on the fucking and then there's a sign just comes up right in front of my face. Remember, Yeti, Johnny Walker is a fucking whiskey. You know, that don't happen. So why would I know? It's like me asking you something about Forest or something like that. You're not going to know the answer, you fucking buffoons. A Maltor and Newcastle want £150 million for Isaac. And what club do you think will pay money? Well, I mean, it's going to be Liverpool, isn't it? That's going to be insane, that is, if they get Isaac as well. Evening, wore my yellow Hulkamania t-shirt and bandana today, biking into work. Got at least 15 beeps from the passing traffic. Nice one, mate. Nice one. I get it. And like I say, I used to watch the WWE or whatever it was called. Was it WWF? I think it was WWF, wasn't it? And then they took them to court and changed it to DWE. They changed it to WWE, sorry. Because it had to the World Wildlife Fund or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, he only drinks donkey piss with gas, mate. This is good stuff. This is. I wouldn't drink any of that, mate. Every time I drink that kind of stuff, it gives me palpitations in my heart. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't think that's a good sign. I always take that as not a very good sign, so I don't drink it. And you probably didn't even know I had a heart, but I do have a heart. Right, so here, I've got some here for you, Pepsi. Not my heart, I mean, here you go. Just grab this off you.
And what you gonna do when Hulkamania and the largest arms in the world run wild on you?
Tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. right here in Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens.
Back in the day, mate. Back in the day. League officials done it if Liverpool get Isaac. Yeah, mate. I tell you what, it's going to be insane, isn't it? It's going to be insane, that is. I know plenty about Forest. It's a large group of trees. See, that's well done, mate. Well done. Because I would have never expected that. You know, with you having wood in your head, I'm not surprised you do know it though. Elanga must be thinking, oh no, what did I do? Then again, he is astronomically overpaid like all footballers. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it's crazy because I was saying, like, on Instagram that they're all just a bunch of mercenaries. And I think it was Dreads, the Newcastle guy, said it happens to us all and all that lot. And he's absolutely right. And I would imagine Newcastle fans are feeling absolutely kicked in the fucking nuts by this, to be honest. But like you say, they are all mercenaries, mate. They are all mercenaries. There's no loyalty or anything like that. They are all mercenaries. Is any in that? I can't tell. Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, they're all mercenaries, mate. All of them. The only thing to stand by is your club. And I've got a question to ask you in a minute, you Arsenal fans. It should be quite interesting. Avocado has given me serious wind. Never had that either. What WWF changed to WWE in 2002? Hogan was the last WWF champion and first WWE champion. Nice. I used to love watching them with the Ultimate Warrior and Zeus and all that sort of Brutus the Barber Beefcake and all that lot, and then the Undertaker eventually came into it as well. It's not as good now. It's not as good now. It was a lot better before. I love the amount of people that tell you you do know it's fake, don't you? Is it? Is it? Is it really? Is it fake? Oh shit! I didn't realise that. I thought he actually did have an affair with his missus, and I thought they did actually kidnap each other's kids, and then like had fights in the ring and beat the shit out of each other. I never had no idea it was fake. Fucking hell. Cheers! Thanks for telling me, man. Thanks for fucking telling me. You're an absolute diamond. And then I just walk away and just wait for the penny to drop. It's like he was taking the piss. Yeah, it was. Have Forest made any new signings? Nothing as of yet. There's talk of this Ndoye guy. Plays for who is it? Fucking Bologna, I think it is. Looks decent, but it's going to come down to when he's in the Premier League and obviously getting used to playing in the Premier League. But he does look quite an handful, to be honest. There's a guy called Maffeo who's like a fullback. He looked, from what I've seen on the YouTube videos, because it is only YouTube videos, obviously Wissa, but I don't think we're going to bother with that one there. I don't think that's going to happen. It could do, though. If Newcastle gets Sesko, then we might go back for Wissa. But we can't be asking 25. We can't be offering 25 mil when they ask for 50. That's just that's an embarrassment, that. Avocados are gay fruit. Women and gays. Today's footballers are ridiculous, overpaid to pass the ball backwards and sideways and play with nothing but fear. Yeah, 100%. Link's in the Instagram, mate, I think. Wait a minute, did I have to? I think I might have had to make it again because I had one that was cancelled from the other day, didn't I? Is that? Hold up, what's that one there? Yeah, it's in your Instagram, Jez. Or do you want me to drop it in here? I'll drop it in here if you want. Let's just drop it in here, be easier. Right, Jesmond and Stone Cold Jez Austin. Yeah. I tell you what, this is the question I've got for you guys, because I'd be interested to hear what you think on this situation, right? If this Isaac, now let's not get involved in whether you'd pay the money or anything like that. If this Isaac thing had have come about and he wasn't set on Liverpool, let's get that one out there. But if it had come about and you had a choice of Gyökeres or Isaac, which one would you have taken? That's to the Arsenal fans. What is with this? Actually looks at. Oh, is that? I think it's because I've got my glasses on. It looks a lot better image than what it normally does. But yeah, which one would you take? Would you say? I like Gyökeres because I think Gyökeres has got more assists in him as well as goals. So I think he's more a team player. I think he's more about the team, and I think he'd fit in with you guys well because he could play the other guys in as well. Isaac, I mean, yeah, he's got like assists and he's also got goals. But would you take Isaac? Would you? Yeah, it's Jezza. Hey, how's it going, matey? You all right?
I'm all good, mate. All good. Seems forever.
Sand. I don't know why I can't get my headphones on. For some reason, it's just not working tonight. I don't know why. But yeah, like I say, I'm just asking the question there because this Isaac thing now that he wants to go. Would you have, if you had the option, would you have took Isaac or happy with Gyökeres?
Both.
Can't have both.
Well, need both.
Which one would you say suits you the most?
Well, I haven't. Look, to be fair, I haven't seen a lot of Gyökeres.
Why has it gone quiet?
Hey,
Hold up, I'm having some issues.
I haven't seen a lot of Gyökeres. I've seen more of Isaac than I have Gyökeres. So at this point in time, I'd have to jump with Isaac. But
Yeah.
I am told this Gyökeres is pretty damn decent. Looking at some of his stats, he's got some bloody good stats out there. Whether that in the Premier League, we all wait and see, won't we? But yeah, I'm happy with that signing. I can't deny it.
100%. I mean, if Liverpool do go and get Isaac, which I think they're going to do, and he said like he wants Liverpool anyway.
Yeah,
that's going to be insane, isn't it? That's going to be an insane front three.
The only thing I'm going to say on it, right, is we've built Gyökeres for half the price of what we would have got Isaac. I see.
Yeah, true.
63.1 million as opposed to over 100 million. So Liverpool, I suppose, have got the money to do it. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to be happy. He wants to go there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I watched your stream the other day about this, and you're quite right. They're all mercenaries, mate.
Yeah.
The club's Newcastle have done well for him.
Yeah.
Now he wants out down the road. Bigger money, which I find odd, considering Newcastle are the richest club in the Premier League. I find it's weird.
Yeah.
But if he goes to Liverpool, which he's going to go, let's be honest.
Oh yes, yeah. He's good.
There's going to be some bloody team with that Wurtzer, him.
Yeah,
it's going to be I said this last night on Shane's show. It's going to be this year. It's not going to be like the last couple of years. Man City last year fell off the cliff.
Yeah.
They won't be doing that this year. You know that. I know that. It's going to be a battle now to see who's going to get that top four. And I'm going to sit here and be honest with you. I am not sitting here saying it's going to be Arsenal.
No, I wouldn't make that shout. You know what I think it'll come down to? I think it'll be how well you all do against the other teams in the league. I think any drop points against the other teams in the league, that'll make the difference. Look at last season. Liverpool got beat by us and Fulham, and then we got a draw against Liverpool. So we took a few points off them, but I think it's going to be the points that gets taken off you are the teams that aren't top four. That's where I think it will come in. Pepsi says you would have to say Isaac as he's Premier League proven. Yeah, he is, but Gyökeres has also been in the Premier League and he's also been in the Championship as well, so he's used to getting kicked. Do you think Gyökeres will flop in the Premier League and Premier League different to the Portuguese league? I don't think he'll flop. I don't think he'll flop. He'll fit perfectly with Arsenal, I think, because he looks for his teammates all the time. That's why he gets a lot of assists. So he's going to be looking for Saka, looking for Martinelli or Eze. If you get Eze, you know, he'd be dropping it back to Odegaard. Odegaard might get some decent shots off or whatever. Big up, Mr. Joshy J. How you doing, matey? And Isaac is Premier League proven. Yeah, I agree with that. We need Eze. Yeah, I think that's your next look. I think that would be a massive one as well if you got Eze.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think talking about Gyökeres to Arsenal, look, it all comes down to one thing now. He's got the talent. I want to go with stats, which I don't.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you like with stats to make them look good.
Of course you can.
The thing is, it's now down to Arteta. If Arteta plays the same boring shit football he has done last year and the season before, it will make no difference.
Yeah.
Because the player will regress. He's got an attitude, we know that.
Yeah.
And it's going to be an interesting challenge. That's probably why Arteta didn't want Gyökeres. He wanted Sesko. Because of the price there's a big difference between Sesko, 80 million down to 63 million. But I think it's time now to Arteta to change the formation because you know he's going to shoehorn in Havertz. You know that's going to happen.
Of course he is.
Who was the play? You probably didn't watch it. I did. The friendly against Milan.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
It was Havertz had the longest period of time on the pitch.
Yeah.
And he did nothing. It was a waste of space. You
Missing a forward, mate. That's what I saw.
Well,
as always.
Let's see where it plays him. Will he play as he should do at a number 9, or will it be out on the left wing? I don't know.
True. Lone Star says lies, damn lies, and then there are statistics. I'll tell you the one thing that gets me a little bit about the Isaac thing. Why now? Why 3 weeks before the window closes? Why couldn't you have just done it at the start of the fucking window and just turned around at the end of the season and said, I want out? And then, because now they've got to rush this Sesko thing to try and get him. They're also like interested in Wissa, apparently. We are, but we've offered 25 mil, which I think is a little bit of a slap in the face when he's put at 50. I know you go a bit lower, which is where the issue is with the Morgan Gibbs-White thing. A lot of Spurs fans don't seem to understand. If you hit how many teams hit the release clause on the head? They don't, do they? They go in. If Tottenham had gone in at 52 million and we'd have said, no, you can't have him for that. And then they'd have gone to 58, and then they'd have gone to 60. We'd have gone, give it his release clause, and nothing we can do about it. But the fact that, it's a bit stupid on their part. You get told what the release clause is, and then you go straight in with a release clause price. It's fucking stupid, really, if you think about it.
Well,
especially if there's an NDA on it as well, which apparently there is.
But they're going to play games, aren't? Of course, you're going to try and get a deal for less than what you want to pay for it. Of course, you are.
Yeah,
aren't you? But at the end of the day, I see Pepsi, mate. Man City have finished. They're not, mate. They got 2 starting 11s now.
Yeah.
The players they brought in January, and the players they've just brought now. Look at that squad. That's 2 starting 11s.
Yeah.
So Pep Guardiola now can mix it up as much as he likes.
And they could possibly get Morgan Gibbs-White as well, because Marianakis turned around and said the other day, which I think is brilliant what he said. He turned around and he says, well, we know that Morgan Gibbs-White wants higher competition, and Spurs ain't it. So if we can go to anywhere else, basically, they just
I find this comment I found fascinating from Arteta. Right, he said in his press conference, "We need a bigger squad." Right.
Right.
Now,
Which we've always known. Everybody else has always known.
Last season, he said we don't need a big squad.
No.
Look what happened. Injury upon injury, bad injuries as well. They weren't just minor injuries, they were serious injuries. So now he's saying he needs a bigger squad. And I honestly think, this is just my theory, nobody else's, that he's now under pressure. He now knows he's got to deliver.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's won nothing. And I think he's had a directive to say, you've got to win something big this year.
Does seem that way, doesn't it?
But at this point in time, as we sit here, we've got the same amount of players in that first team squad as we had last year. Now, Eze, excellent. I've always rated him. I've always rated that one. That's a good move. We need that. But I still think we need another player just to make that squad stronger. Because he is under pressure now. He's had nearly £1 billion spent. Nearly £1 billion.
Yeah.
And he's got to deliver now. So we're going to see it. And I'll tell you right now, if we're falling off the cliff by Christmas, his days will be numbered.
Oh, yeah, definitely. 100%. 100%. Daniel says Portuguese leagues, they leave lots of space in the league, not in the Premier League. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be the same. I'll be honest, he's up for it. He is definitely up for it. He's up for the fight. That'd be the only thing I'd be worried about a little bit, because before, when he was in the Prem and in the Championship, he could lose his head a little bit. You know, if somebody was like marking him too much or whatever and winding him up and stuff like that, he could lose his head. That'd be my only issue. But I think he could be definitely another Arsenal great by the time he's comes here and gets into the game and everything. And 60 odd mil ain't bad, to be fair, when he's like he's the hot property, but not many other teams really wanted him, sort of thing. Did they? There was one or two teams named, but nobody really wanted him. Do you think that's because of his attitude or whatever?
Could be. He has got a bit of an attitude, hasn't he?
Yeah. But only seems to have an attitude, though, the way you treat him. Because with Sporting, he was fine. But as soon as they started saying, no, you're not doing this and you're not doing that, that's where his attitude came out. But we all know what Arteta's like. If he starts going, you're going to do this and you're going to do that, I mean, he might be leaving by the end of the week.
Well, I don't believe this Grocker is Arteta's signing. I think it's better.
Good point. Yeah, good point. Very good point.
That could be a problem from day one. Apparently, Grocker is having his medical, or maybe even had it by now.
Yeah.
But apparently, after that, he's flying out to Asia for this.
Yeah, he wants to get on straight away, doesn't he? And I kind of like that, to be honest. That he wants to get on it straight away.
But he wants to get out there, meet his teammates, and get used to the team setup.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely sound. Lone Star says it's all on Gyökeres now. He's signed to score goals, and that's his job. Arsenal create more chances than most. 100%. I don't disagree with you at all. I think you create a lot of chances, just not at the finisher to sort it. And I think he is definitely the answer. No one cares, but pre-season and 15-year-old kids playing for Arsenal. Arteta has looked into and changed the style of training. Way too many injuries last season. Hopefully we get better luck next season. And Pipe says Arteta is an idiot. And if Arteta does not win anything, would you sack him at the end of the season? I think that's a pretty obvious answer, really, isn't it? Yeah,
it's got to go, mate. Look, let's put it this way. We all know, come January, we'll be out the FA Cup, because he's going to put that one aside again.
Mm.
He's going to concentrate on the Premier League and the Champions League. He's got to win big. I mean, I love the FA Cup. I absolutely love it.
Yeah. Why can't he use like what's that young midfielder's name that everybody keeps talking? Is it Dodwell or something that everybody keeps talking about?
Who?
You've got a midfielder, ain't you? A little guy. I can't remember his name. Tony Claude was on about him the other day, and there was somebody who was trying to get a swap deal with him, but you won't let him go. I don't have no idea who the fuck it is. I can't remember his name.
I've no idea.
But do that. Play, get your Skellies and all that kind of stuff, your Wanyeris and all that lot in it as your cup team, and this dude as well, whatever his name is, and get them out there, you know. And there's no reason why he can't make a run at the cup. But I don't think you won't be bothered about FA Cups and Carabaos. I mean,
but he's never got past the fourth round.
Yeah,
that shows his intent, doesn't it? But yeah, look, come on, we all know that he's got to win big this year. And to be honest, if it comes to February and we were at the FA Cup and the League Cup and we're not doing great in the Prem and we're just piss-arsing about in the Champions League, then sack him. Sack him.
Yeah, I agree.
If we're 8 points behind in the Premier League come February, sack him.
I totally agree with you on that. Perhaps he says Gyökeres debut v Spurs. Well, that'd be a good one to watch. That ain't going to be a friendly. Nope. And Daniel says, I've got a good feeling Gyökeres is going to score against Man United on the first game of the season. Yeah, I won't be surprised. Arsenal's astronomical. Overpaid players must win a trophy. Absolutely. That's him, Max Dowman. That's the guy.
Oh, him. That's the 15-year-old. I don't think he's physically big enough yet.
Well, if you're not gonna take the cup like seriously, then just put them in there. I mean, if he's a good enough player and he's 15 years old, so what? What's age got to do with it? Yeah,
but he's got to be given a professional contract, hasn't
he? Yeah, true.
He ain't got one yet. He's only 15. He looks brilliant. Don't get me wrong. I saw him against AC Milan, and he's pretty damn silky. With what he can do. But that's a friendly, right?
Yeah.
You know, it was just a kickabout. Playing in the Premier League, FA Cup, League Cup, it's a totally different physicality.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I don't think he's physically big enough yet.
Yeah, good point.
And I don't want him to have his confidence knocked. Have him around the squad.
Big up Kieran Fletcher, by the way.
I mean, we did do it with Nweri. We brought him on Brentford, didn't we? The piss take game.
Yeah.
But, I wouldn't want him to be a regular player. I wouldn't want to see him lose his confidence and get bashed about too much. But, bring him in, let him train with the first team players. Move him on. That's what I would do if I was the manager. If I was football manager, football manager game,
you'd be sacked already, mate.
If I was the Arsenal manager, I had a great career there, didn't I?
Well, we didn't do too good either when we played Liverpool, but I blame Anthony because it was his changes that made the mistakes. I actually tried to pull things around.
Yeah.
But I've took on again like Mansfield, and I walloped the first team like 7-0. So the problem's obviously Anthony. Who would you like as a manager if Arteta gets sacked? That one comes up all the time.
All the time, man. Simeone, Inzaghi. There's so many out there. Proven winners. Mourinho.
Yeah.
Why not? They're all levels above Arteta. But
I
don't understand the love for this guy. I really don't.
What about the PSG manager? Because he gets his teams playing quite nice, don't he? Unless they play Chelsea, of course.
Yeah, I'd take him, but he ain't going to come to Arsenal.
No.
Not right now. Not with what they're doing. But there's plenty of good managers available if you pay the money. And let's be honest, we've paid this bloody idiot loads of money.
Yeah.
15 million a year. That's more than what a lot of the best managers in Europe get. So,
yeah.
If you're going to throw the money away, throw it at them.
100%. Lone Star says he won't be sacked. All adults know that. Well, the thing is if you're going in and spending all this money now, like Jez has just said, this is just like, right, we're going to give you everything that you want. I don't know. There's got to come a point where it's good. I'll be honest, in my opinion, and I've said this a few times, I think what you're doing is fantastic. But I also say what you're doing is too late. Because now you're picking up and getting all these players in and building a proper squad and everything. The rest are doing exactly the same. And Liverpool, I mean, I'm not being funny, but seeing a front line of Isaac, Nketiah, whatever his name is, Tiki Wiki, or whatever his fucking name is, and Salah, it's quite scary, isn't it, really?
Well, that's the difference, isn't it? That's where Arteta and the club are sat. It's not just Arteta, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to look at what was behind the scenes, Edu and Garlic Head and all that lot.
Yeah.
They're all part of the guilt. Now, you're right. We've started to, get the better players in, but so have Liverpool, Man City, Man United, Chelsea. It's not gonna be like it has been for the last couple of seasons.
No.
Because if you want to really dive into it, right, we threw away an 8-point lead to Man City and let them take the league off. I mean, that was in our hands. 8-point lead, and we threw it in the bin.
Definitely.
What kind of manager does that then?
True. Ekateka, that's him. Yeah, I can't say his name, but yeah. But I mean, they've done some good business, the works and all that, and they ain't finished yet either. And I mean, look at Chelsea. I mean, they ain't finished yet because they're making money left, right, and centre, winning the club cup thing, wherever it is, and then and selling players as well. Madueke, 50 mil, which I don't think that's a bad idea at all, because I think he'll be more than happy to sort of sit and wait for his opportunity. I think if you'd have gone and got someone like people have said, like Neto or something like that behind Saka, they would have fought to take his place, whereas Madueke will just sit there and wait for his opportunity. So I actually think that's a clever one, to be honest. The price maybe not so, but I suppose we'll wait and see. What did you think of Norgard in the friendly? I thought he looked a bit tidy, to be honest, what I expected.
Not overly convinced of that one myself.
He didn't do anything over the top, but he did what you'd expect him to do. I mean, you think about it, you've got like a situation now whereas like if you get 1 or 2 goals in front, you can sit like him or Zubamendi back as just in front of the defenders, and it's going to be very difficult to get through you from that point. So I think you've got some players that really can make a difference to a game that you're winning.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. And that's what we should have. We should have that situation where you can change it about if you're 3-0 up, let's say, away from home.
Yeah.
You should be able to actually say, right, okay, let's bring you off, and I'll go on you.
Yeah.
Same with this Mosquero guy. I mean, it did make me laugh when I saw this bullshit thing on YouTube. There's all the Arsenal squad are very impressed with Mosquero's technical skills. he was doing keepy uppies. Right, and he's playing the ball off the back on the side of his boot. You know,
Right.
well, I'm pretty certain every bloody professional can do that.
Well, you would imagine so, wouldn't you?
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Imagine
You
so.
know, doing headers,
Yeah.
like, you know, like I've seen kids at kids football doing that.
Yeah.
And this is the Arsenal squad are impressed with his technical skills.
Yeah. Would you agree with Lone Star London? If I'm Arteta, I'm absolutely saying we are short on numbers. You are still short on numbers, no doubt about that.
But he wanted it that way.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
he
he
said
did.
last season he didn't want a big squad.
If you win the league, do you think there's any possibility whatsoever that Arteta's going to say, "I was wrong. We did need a striker"?
No.
Not in a million years.
He's arrogant, and we all know that he's a narcissist. So he's never going to say that.
No,
but he's completely changed his tack with what he said last season, roughly this time last season. I don't want a big squad. Now, was that covering up for the fact that Arsenal weren't going to spend big? Or was that his actual statement, meaning it? Because now he says we need a bigger squad. And I think that is purely and simply, he knows he's got to compete big and compete on a couple of fronts.
Yeah.
So he obviously then knows he needs a bigger squad. It's obvious.
Yeah. He's learning though, isn't he? I mean, I have said it's took a while, but after sort of last season where he brought in the more conservative sort of style and stuff like that, you could see that he was learning like something. You could see he was learning.
You was obviously an Arteta fan, aren't you? You're an Arteta fan.
Oh yeah, Lone Star loves him. He loves it. He's got pictures of him on his bedroom wall.
Tell me why. I'm being nice here, Lone Star. Tell me why you think he's so good. I'd love to know.
Why you think he's elite?
Why do you think he's an elite manager? Please tell me. I'd love to know. Because I'm missing something here. I'm missing a trick. Really am. Because I don't see anything elite. But he wasn't an elite player. And he's certainly not an elite manager.
No. Well, I'm going to go and grab a drink, mate. So I'll leave you with that. Just before I do that, Kieran Fletcher says, "Oh, I forgot you as a Liverpool fan, mate. You must be loving it." As a Liverpool fan, I'm obviously over the moon with how the transfer window has gone so far. If we get Isaac, he has to be up there for one of the best windows ever, surely. It's got to be. And what your CEO said as well, I was watching Sky Sports earlier, we need to be showing how big a team we are, and we need to be challenging for everything, and we need to be getting in the best players and all that. And it's time we started doing that again. You can't ask much more from your CEO than that. But Lone Star, mate, you let Jez know what you think about how he's such a great manager. Big up to you, Adama, as well. I do think he's learning, but he certainly ain't in the elite bracket for me. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Well, he's only won one trophy, and that wasn't even his team. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Sorry, I don't class managers that fail every season as elite. Elite managers win. You know, I classify Mourinho. I classify Klopp. I classify Pep Guardiola and managers in the past that win. Not necessarily every season, but they win on a pretty consistent level. They win something once every 2 or 3 years. This manager's won nothing since he joined with Unai Emery's team. And who have we got left from that team? Martinelli. The rest have gone. All gone. So I don't understand. I really don't understand that comment at all.
No, I don't, to be honest. There's got to be something coming back, I would imagine. I think he might be writing a book or something. Question, have you ever met Perry Groves, Jez? Any thoughts about him? I'm going to Emirates on Legends Tour soon with Perry as a guide.
No, never met him myself, mate. Good player though.
Yeah, I remember it. He was a ginger.
Yeah, gingerhead guy, man.
Yeah. I do remember him a little bit. Not a hell of a lot, obviously. But Kieran Fletcher, Arteta simply can't be classed as an elite manager because trophies obviously has to be in your CV. However, he has shown that he can build football team up into the big stage. Trophies are vital. Yeah, because that's what you'll have left at the end of your career, in it, to show what you did and all that kind of stuff. Where do you think Arsenal will finish next season? That's a good question, mate.
Yeah, it's a very good question. A question I keep asking myself over the last week or so. We're going to be in. We're going to go for it. We're going to go in the mix. It's all down to this Heinzer, right? Coach, chap, and Arteta.
Yeah.
You know, that is what it's all down to now. Because at the end of the day, Arteta's got to change his tactics. It's proven his flat football last season wasn't good enough. And you're quite right in what you said. At the end of his managerial career, what has he got to look at? Oh, an FA Cup.
Yeah.
So far. I don't see why you haven't answered me question, mate. You're just giving me bullshit. Arsenal will win the title.
Come on, mate. You've got to answer the question.
It's easy. Everybody can say that, but what are you going to say when he doesn't? Come on.
Yeah.
You know, I've asked you a fair question. What makes you think he's elite?
Yeah.
Give me the reasons. Give me the background. But
you could have shared this, by the way. Obviously, I don't know if I've got it set to share, but you could have because it's on stream.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I was late joining. It's a bit pointless when I've joined late.
Perry Groves, good lad too, and you'll enjoy it. He's a good lad, Pepsi. Arsenal will win the title. I tell you what, if he wins it with what's going on now, then I will change my mind. My mind will change about him a little bit as well. I was hoping you were going to call him a prick so I could show him.
Very good lad. Very gross. No.
And Kieran Fletcher says, what happens in the next season or two is so important for Arteta. If we win the league, the previous seasons leading up to it will be seen in a better light. If not, the project is a failure. I think us, personally, as it's looking at the moment, I think possibly mid-table, to be honest. We don't know whether we're keeping Morgan Gibbs-White. I'm done, to be honest, because he had something to do with that. I don't care what anyone says. Everybody is turning around, the Forest fans. Oh, why don't you give him benefit of a doubt? It might be his agent that did it and all this, that, and the other. Come off it. He knew he was being asked to go for a medical. Turns up at our training ground with white and blue on. Come on, mate. Don't try and kid me, mate. I'm a kidder myself, so I know exactly what that was all about. And you know what my take is? As soon as you don't want Forest, then I don't want you. And that's it.
I saw what you said about it earlier on, but
mate, honestly, it's doing my head in because I go on to these things on Instagram and it's like, and it's either talking about Palace or it's talking about, I'm really starting to hate Forest. I used to love Forest. I'm really starting to hate them now. And I'm just like, do you think we give a shit? Do you think we care if you like us or not? We're not here to be liked. You know what I mean? We're here to win and do things and, advance ourselves. We don't. And if you like us, then we're not doing our job right. Because we want you to not like us. We want you to be like last season with Liverpool, where they didn't like us because we beat them and then we got a draw with them. That's what we want. We want to have that sort of thing. No. Since when has it come in, Jez, where fucking fans need to like every fucking team? What is all this madness about?
This is right. That thing, that show you did earlier, that really short, 8-minute show. That's modern football, mate. We've all got to get along. Half and half scarves.
Yeah.
Can't we can't be against each other anymore. You know, that's not allowed. We got to be friendly, all mates.
Just bring in Dal. Big up, matey.
Hey up, guys. Big up, Jez. What's up, Yeti?
I'm all right, mate. How's you?
Pretty good. It's Friday. Can't complain.
Yeah, nice. What do you think about this whole sort of situation? Then you got your Jokeres and all that lot, and you're possibly going to get Eze. Do you think that'll be the end of it? You two? Do you think that'll be it?
I think we'll wrap up Eze probably the end of this week, and that'll be the end of it.
Do you think there'll be any outs?
Say again, any outs? Yeah, I think Trossard's going to go, and I think Gabriel Jesus is going to go. I saw today that he's linked to a Brazilian club, and Burke is actually trying to help him get out. So they're looking for places for him. He knows his days are he's done. He knows he's done now with Goikarez and Havertz as our number 2 striker apparently. But I'd really like to see Lukonga go. You know, we might as well get some of the deadwood out while we have.
We was interested in him. I read something that we was interested in.
Did you put a bid in for him?
Was there a bid went in? I don't know. I read something that was interested, and I was like, let's all do Lukonga.
Yeah, I mean, him and Reece Nelson, I think, can go. Because I think Reece Nelson's back from. We loaned him to Fulham, correct, Jez? They didn't buy him. They bought Emerald Smith Rowe, but they didn't buy.
I'd actually keep Reece Nelson.
Would you? Yeah. He would be the one Deadwood player I would keep. He would be the one. I agree with you, Jess. He'd be the one Deadwoodish player I would keep for sure. Out of a bunch of them.
Player. You know.
Yeah, it's good cover.
Miracle against Bournemouth.
Reece Nelson, Jesus.
Right.
That's 3 players gone from our current squad. Right. That means we're in a weaker position now than we were this time last year.
Fair enough. I can't argue that point. The more the merrier, but Jesus has to go. I mean, he has to go.
Yeah.
Right. And I think Zinchenko has to go. And I would still keep Martinelli as squad depth as well. I mean, I think Madueke unfortunately is going to take his spot. But if Madueke doesn't hit the ground running, let's put Martinelli back in there. It's a new season. He hasn't been what we wanted the last 2 seasons, but he's still under contract. All the links to him to Bayern Munich are dead. He's not going anywhere. We might as well see what he can produce another year. I mean, you talk about squad depth. I think Martinelli is someone we need to keep. If we're going to keep Reece Nelson, I think we should treat Martinelli the same.
Yeah, definitely. I don't just charge this up.
Or get rid of the both of them.
Yeah. I mean, Reece Nelson for me, I do think he does a job when he comes on. So I would like keep an hold of him because he's good to have like that kind of cover and all that lot. Half and half scarves are full daft. Half and half scarves are fucking ridiculous. Can you imagine anybody doing that and turning up to a game in the 70s and the 80s? But you'd have got your fucking head caved in.
You'd have been hung by it. That wrapped around your neck and hung from a lamppost.
100%.
Big up to Opetaja. Hello from Finland. Hello from UK. Hope you're well. Yeah. And I mean, what do you sort of think about I did have a question on my mind. I've just fucking completely forgot it. So carry on. Whatever you was going on about, I can't remember.
I think our real struggles right now is the midfield. And it's kind of a good problem to have because we have a lot of options. But I just think that how much is Norgard really going to play? And I'm starting to question how much Zubamendi's going to play. For me, if we get Eze, I would put Eze on the left, Rice in the 6, and Odegaard on the right, and have 2 attacking midfielders and just serve those balls. Serve those balls to Goikarez.
Get them balls out.
Yeah, get them balls out because really what we want from Rice at left mid, and I think Jez might agree with me, is Rice is carrying the ball up the left side, which has been brilliant last season. Right? I mean, there's no doubt he's been great on that left side. But with Eze there, it just adds another creative dimension that I think would work well with either Martinelli or Madueke, and maybe even Trossard if he stays. I really doubt Trossard stays. But, I think Eze can carry a ball up the left side too, right? It's
Yeah,
not like
yeah.
Rice is doing
Trossard
anything
won't fit,
like
mate.
out of the box, right? Exactly. So if you have Eze carrying the ball up the left, what's really the difference between him and Rice doing it, right? So that's why I would think Rice more at the 6 to help cover the back 4. And then Zubamendi maybe comes in the 75th minute, 65th minute to help Rice because we know his engine goes. We know he can run 120 minutes, but we shouldn't have to do that. And that's the thing too, Jez. I wanted to get your thoughts on. I was listening to you the other day. I think now is the time where we can pull off Saka in the 72nd minute. We can take off Odegaard, right, and have some sort of, confidence and coverage at least, right? I think that's where we're at now, Jez, with these signings. And now Medwecky's not the one we wanted, but I think there's an athlete there, and I compare him again to Colin Hudson-Odoi that come from the same sort of ilk. CHO is better, right? CHO has proven he's better, but I think Medwecky in the red and white, Jez, might surprise us a bit in a few matches. I'm going to give him some games like we did Havertz, and I think he's going to produce more than Havertz. I think he's more of an athlete than Havertz.
Yeah. I mean, I just remember the question. I'll give it to you, Jez, first. Doing what you're doing now and strengthening like you're strengthening now, does looking at what like Liverpool's doing and Chelsea sort of like let's say Liverpool, Manchester City, Liverpool. Does it sort of like down it a little bit, and does it make you think like, damn, why didn't we do this before?
Well, it is annoying to the point of saying, well, we could have done this last season. We could have done it, but we didn't. And we're sitting back. And now, because it was all of the shit show at the end of the last year, I still go back to my original point. I think this is changing now because Bert has come in. He's assessed now. He's been here for 4 or 5 months. He's assessed what's going on, looking at things, and he's the one that's realised where we ain't got a big enough squad.
Which we all knew. We all knew, didn't we? Basically,
yeah, we all knew it. But this manager and Edu, and I think Edu was a problem. I do. But I think Edu wasn't strong enough to handle Arteta. The fact that Edu may have made a recommendation and Arteta said, no, I don't want him, I want this guy.
Yeah.
And we saw that with Sterling when we brought that waste of space in. I mean, absolute waste of time that was.
You have brought in some waste of space from Chelsea, though, haven't you?
And, you have to look. I'm not going to sit here and put 100% of the blame on Arteta because there's been a lot of shit behind the scenes. On the rest of the management, which haven't been good enough, and I'll say now they're still not good enough. The board of directors are a waste of space. But
for a fact he has the final say, though, don't you? You've only got to look at him. You can tell he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have the job any other way.
Maybe now, though, he hasn't. Because now,
that is a good point. Good point.
Maybe now he has not. Maybe because old thingy Bob Josh maybe has changed the way it's going to happen now.
Yeah,
it's Berta that actually says, "Well, we know Arteta wants Sesko. We know that."
Yeah,
but they said probably maybe because of price. But when you look at the statistics, if you want to go down that road, then Gyökeres is the better player.
Yeah.
Money.
I think Sesko was more mouldable, whereas when you get Gyökeres, he already knows what he does and everything like that. Whereas Sesko, with his age, I think he's like more mouldable. What do you think, Joe? Would you say
I agree with Jez.
What people are doing is like, does like sort of kick you it, like if Liverpool get Isaac and whatever his fucking name is, then
Isaac is fantastic, but he did not have the numbers Gyökeres has. Plain and simple. Gyökeres did it in the Portuguese league. We've all heard about the league, right, and so forth. Newcastle have just now are finding their rhythm, right? They've won the League Cup, right? And so or was it Did they win the League Cup or the FA Cup? No, the League Cup.
Carabao.
Palace won the FA Cup, right? The Carabao. Thank you. And so I think with that said, that's really kicked them into high gear, right? Because we know they've been going up and up and up the table the last couple of seasons. Great performances here and there, especially against PSG. The season before last, maybe. But then and they're starting to get they have the money, but it's funny these owners just aren't spending it wildly, and I think there's a real intent not to do that. You guys see where I'm coming from? Like they're trying to find the right player for the right
PSR,
spot.
mate. I think it's PSR. What I keep hearing is they're still close to the PSR, which is why they can't turn around to Isaac and go, here is 350 million a week or whatever. Well, probably not a week, but however much they get paid. And I think that's why they can't actually do that. You know, I don't know whether the in and outs of it, to be quite honest with you. So that's what I'm hearing. They're close
but for them, let's say if Isak gets Editeki is already a Liverpool player, or he's pretty much there.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
I think it's done, right? So they bring Isak in, that completely muddles the Editeki signing. I'm sorry, but you bring in someone. What is he? 70 million, and then you bring in Isak for 150 million.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, and I don't think Isak is going to hit the ground running. I've got to be honest. I think he's so embedded in that Newcastle team and how they play, and he's the focal point of their attack. He's the focal point. He's the image of the club now. That to carry that through to Liverpool, he's gonna come in as a big man on the totem pole. But is he really gonna get those goal scoring opportunities? I'm not so sure. I'm really not so sure. I'm not sure how Gakpo fits into this. Diaz, Editeki, Isak, they're going to have real issues and personalities in that front line. And I think if some results don't go their way, that's when the fingers are going to start pointing. Liverpool are making big steps, as you guys know. I mean, this is with Florian Wirtz in this. They obviously want to win everything, and
that's what you should be doing.
I think as of right now, Yeti and Jez, I want to win every single trophy. There's no reason we can't compete now with Gyökeres and Zubimendi, and this Mascara guy I think is pretty decent. He looks pretty good. I saw some videos the other night on YouTube of him chasing down defenders. I know it's highlights, but that's all we got, right? So I just think that we have to have that same mentality. If we get Eze, that's an 8 out of 10 window for me.
Oh yeah!
Right now, it's a 6 out of 10 window because Gyökeres we needed in January. Gyökeres we needed last year, right? And I'm not going to big up this fucking. I big up the signing was great, but we're still behind the 8 ball a bit, guys, compared to Liverpool, and maybe not City. I think Rodri's really going to depend on City, and I know you're not talking about City, but with Liverpool, I'm not afraid of them that much. Because I don't think Salah is going to have the season that he did last season. As you guys know, every season's different, right? Every season's different. So there's just no guarantee that with Isak's going to go in there and get him 20 goals. There's no guarantee of that.
No,
right?
Well, I mean, there's the same thing as there's no guarantee that Gyökeres is going to just fit in straight
That's
away.
why I'm not just like over the moon. If he gets 10 goals,
there's no guarantee on any new player. I mean, they're either going to fit or they're not. Kieran Fletcher says, would you agree if Arsenal win the league this season, the last 6 years have been a success because the project eventually led to success? Or would you still be critical of Arteta's last 6 years? Jez, that's to you straight away.
Yeah, I would be critical because it's taken him too long to do it.
Yeah.
And I blame Arsenal Football Club for that because most football clubs of big stature, after 3 years, would have said, well, it's not working, get out, let's get somebody else in.
Yeah.
And when you see the amount of money that guy's spent and still couldn't get it over the line, in 3 years. I don't believe in all this process project bollocks.
No.
The narrative that came out from some YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been adopted by people. No. That is not acceptable. At the end of the day, we're entering 22 years this season of not winning a league.
Yeah.
That is equal.
Yeah.
That is equal in Arsenal's history as the longest time.
Big up AFC NL.
So it's this year or not, or he goes. That's it. No questions.
Yeah.
That's
Definitely.
it, man.
Yeah.
Lone Star, you're not happy about the fact we brought in Grokeres. Well, what do you want then? We're not going to get Isaac. You know that.
Yeah, Aussie, mate. Aussie.
Isaac is a pipe dream from the beginning.
We've done that once on Rice.
Mm.
We're not going to go and spend 100 million on Isaac. That's never on the agenda, my friend. So
yeah.
I just don't see like where you guys were saying Isak guarantees goals. I don't think any striker in this league is getting. The teams are getting tougher and tougher every season. Right?
Yeah, but Liverpool create a lot of chances. If you've got somebody on the end of them, like you look at the amount of chances that Darwin Núñez had, but he couldn't put it in the net. How unlucky would it be for him to buy another striker for 150 million and get another one? I mean, he scores goals. There's no doubt about that. Right. And they create goal chances. So to me, you've got the same situation as you and Liverpool, and it'll come down to how you get on with the likes of us, the likes of Brentford, the likes of Leeds, the likes of Burnley. Whoever starts taking points off you guys up there, that's going to be where it all comes down, in my opinion. That's how I see it going next season. Because I think the two, when you play each other, you'll cancel each other out to a point, you know. But it's going to come down to whether, say, we can pull off a result against you guys, which we've not managed to do yet, but hopefully one day. Well, we have at the City Ground, but not at Emirates. But, yeah.
I didn't say, you didn't say you didn't want him, but what you were making out, what you're alluding to is the fact that Portuguese stats are different to Premier League stats. Yeah, they are. But there's no guarantee that Isaac going to Liverpool is going to score 20 goals.
No, there's never any guarantees.
Look what happened. When we had RVP, 30 goals he scored that season. How many goals he scored at Man United the next season?
He come from your youth academy, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's the one. 15, he scored 15 when he went there. So it doesn't always work, man. Just because it works. Well, just because it works at Newcastle, right? He scored goals there. Doesn't mean he's going to score loads of goals at Liverpool.
No.
And it's the same as Grokeres. He might have scored 25 goals in the league in Portugal. Doesn't mean he's going to score 25 goals at Arsenal. Somebody asked me this question on North Sides the other night. And I said I would expect him to score maybe 18 in the Premier League. Probably 10 in the Champions League. Cups, would he even play? I don't know. But that's what I'm predicting. If he scores 18 goals in the Premier League, right, I'll be happy with that. Because we've got other players that will contribute. Because we have had a player for quite a while that can score 18 goals in the Premier League in the last 3 years. So that's what we need. And that's exactly what could get us over the line. I don't think he's going to score 30.
No.
And I don't think Isaac would score 30 at Liverpool.
I think another thing you've got to take into account as well is with Arsenal, before, if you remember, Nuno said it, you don't really have to have too many defenders because Arsenal ain't got no strikers. So obviously people are going to change the way that they play Arsenal as well. So you've also got to take into account is Gyökeres going to be on the pitch? Because basically teams are going to mark him. They're going to know what danger he offers, not in just scoring goals, in assisting goals as well. So, and you've also got that to take into account because I don't know if you guys know a lot about his temperament, but I mean, this is when he was at Coventry, but he has done it a few times at Portugal, I think. I'm not 100% sure. But he can throw the elbow and he can get a little bit fucking angry at somebody being all over him and breathing down his neck and stuff. You imagine, like, when you play against us, Milenkovic and Gyökeres, the Serbinator against the Gyökeres. I don't know, I ain't got a name for him, but
I
just let him do what he wants.
Does Isak, if you put Isak in Sporting, does he score 92 goals in 2 seasons?
Possibly.
92 goals in 2 seasons. Is Isak in the Sporting Lisbon shirt?
We don't know because we haven't seen that. Have we?
Well, no, but we've seen it, right? That's my point. I'm saying that Kieran is like, I'm not saying Goikarez is better. I am saying that. Yes, I am saying that because the data's there, and you can, and the whole debate is about the league, right? Well, there's great players that came from the Portuguese league who've won things in Europe, England. Bernardo Silva, number one. Darwin Núñez has won. But Liverpool won some cups with Darwin Núñez, or they won the league with him. Even though he missed chance after chance, they still won the league with him.
If you want to know the thing, what I think separates the two of them, Gyökeres and Isak, yeah. Gyökeres is more the player that looks for a teammate if he can't get anything himself. Whereas Isak is, if you look at these like assists and things like that, although I think Isak might be a bit younger than him, I'm not sure. But Gyökeres, look, you can see by the assists, he definitely looks for players making runs and all that kind of stuff. Whereas Isak, if he gets it on his foot, he's going to take the chance every single time. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, he has got a few assists, 26, 27 or something. But again, that was with Newcastle. This is with Liverpool. It's an old different kettle of fish. If you can't score, you can knock it back. There's always somebody coming on ready to smack it. And it's the same. I think you and Liverpool will be very, very similar animals next season, to be quite honest. So very, very similar. And it'll come down to who's got the tactical nous to change things up and take the game. And if that comes down to it, I'd have to say Klopp. Not Klopp, fucking Klopp ain't there anymore. Slop, wherever his name is.
Slop.
Yeah, Slop.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's really funny is we're debating two Swedish strikers, right? They both play together for their national teams, and they're both fantastic. And I do hear what people are saying, like, okay, the leagues are miles apart. Fair enough. But Sporting Lisbon won I believe, the league 2 years in a row with him. Yeah. He got a hat trick against Man City. I don't know. Isak scored a hat trick against Man City. And also the thing is, like you were saying about Newcastle, and I was saying before, all the plays focused on getting the ball so Isak could run onto it. And that's fine. And that's worked for Newcastle. But I think this season, again, you're going to see teams that have gotten tougher and tougher to break down a bit. And you're going to need, to my opinion, like you were saying, a more of a physical striker like Goikarez to kind of weave around center backs, because the center backs are getting stronger and more mobile. And I will take Goikarez against Van Dijk any day. Van Dijk is a great player, but sorry, he's just not in his prime right now, even though he's had some great performances the last couple of years. I think his legs are a little worn, but Conte's, decent. But I think Goikarez is just that player that can have the ball in his feet and can dribble around and push off the defenders. And I don't think
he finds space really well as well.
Yeah, he creates stuff, and Isak can too, right? But Isak to me is more of an agile type player. You just get the ball a few yards in front of him, and he'll just sprint past the defender and beat him towards the goal. Goikarez did it too. They're almost two in the same. And having this. With the drink down.
The thing is, it's not about putting the drink down. You said before, everybody who's an adult knows this. So if you're going to say adult, then be adult, because at the end of the day, we all have a different opinion, and it is everybody's opinion. And the thing is, you wouldn't turn your nose up at either two of them. Either of the strikers, to be quite honest.
Like just said, we spent 150 for a striker. He had better be getting 20 plus goals this season. I would much rather spend half that on a player with better data and stats. Oh, but the league, well, that's objectable, right? Sporting Lisbon are in the Champions League. They're in their cups. They compete in all their is it local cups, whatever you want to call it, domestic
cups. There's a lot
more
space out there. There is a lot more. If you watch any of the Gyökeres moves and all that kind of stuff, there is a lot more space. But what I notice about Gyökeres, he's great on the turn, always has been.
Sure.
And the thing I like about him the most is he will, if he sees somebody else in a better position, he will play to them instead. So he's probably not. You probably wouldn't class him as a full-on goal scorer. He's probably more a complete forward, I would say.
Sure.
because he always looks for somebody else making a move. And I think if Saka can steal in on that right-hand side all the time and get into the box like he did against AC Milan, Gyökeres can pick him out. He can pick him out or he can take the shot himself. So I think both of you have got an absolute diamond on your hands, to be quite honest. I mean, I do think Igor Jesus will be better than all of them, but, you know, that's just one of those things, isn't it?
Hey, man, we'll see. And again, that goes to, I think that even strengthens my point. Teams are getting better. Newcastle obviously is getting better. Forest, you've just upgraded with players that you needed. You didn't go out and spend $100 million on one player that ruins the dressing room, right? Because he doesn't get the ball or whatever, right? You don't have really any attitudes in that team. They just want to win. And, you know, Tottenham, I think, are going to be better with Thomas Frank defensively. Maybe not on the attack. I think, you know, it's Tottenham, but
that'll be a tough team to break down
defensively.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to be a little bit better. They're going to be different. It's going to be a different Spurs, right? And then you got to throw Aston Villa in there. They're going to be competing again. I don't know what they've really done in the window. I think they've been really quiet, to be honest.
They're in a bit of bother, though, aren't they? They've got to sell, and I think Watkins.
Chelsea are going to be there, and I think United will still be mid-table or below. They haven't done squat, but Chelsea are going to be up there. Jez knows this. It's going to be tougher, and you know this too, Yeti, and everybody in the chat knows this. Every season gets tougher because those teams that were 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, if they have some money, they spend and they get better.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be hard to beat Newcastle with or without Isak.
That's how it goes. I mean, I'll tell you the team that I'm really worried for, to be quite honest with you, is Crystal Palace. Because they're just getting pulled to pieces. I mean, now apparently Spurs, I think it was Spurs, are interested in Lacroix.
I think you're right.
So they're trying to take him. Liverpool's trying to take Gay.
Yeah. Eze's gone.
I mean, Eze, Wharton is sort of Liverpool's idea as well. So Palace are just getting completely ripped
Ted is linked to United.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think Palace. If I'm Jack, our friend Jack, right now, I'm very, very scared.
I think he is, mate.
Shout out, Jack.
We talk a little bit every now and then about like what's going on, and I've made it clear. Look, I ain't falling out with you on what's going on with Forest and Crystal Palace. 2 millionaires fighting each other. Let's just let them get on with it because they're not bothered about my opinion. They're not bothered about yours. So. You know, I'm not going to fall out with you on that if you want to blame Forest on it. I mean, if they do get these records of Marianakis saying what he said, fair enough, because I've said that from the start. I haven't seen anything that he said anything like that until I see that he said anything like that. And he protects our club. And that's what you want from an owner. That's what you'd want from fucking Cockbollock or whatever his name is. Yeah. What do you think, Jez, anyway? Because you haven't said anything for a while.
Crystal Palace wise, how many times have we seen this for a team of the stature of Crystal Palace who just won their first major trophy?
Yeah,
fantastic result. And then the following season, they fall apart and end up in the relegation zone because the players want to move on to bigger and better things.
Yeah.
Their management can realise they get big money, and they'll probably sell a few of their players, and then find other players, of not that stature, and go again. And that is unfortunately a problem with clubs of that level.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Really.
Well, it is heartbreaking because they work their nuts off to win the FA Cup.
Yeah.
And big up to them for doing it. Well done. But what's happening now is the players see a bigger ocean out there. Oh, I want to go. I want to go. More money. And the fact that I could go on and achieve more ambition or more success. And then owners see money coming back through the door and they'll go and buy players of half the quality and start again. But the risk is that they can end up in a real bad situation and end up back down in the Championship. That's the problem.
Yep.
Right, okay, guys. The chat froze up, so I thought everybody had left. To be honest,
shit.
Carol, but I've noticed there is some there. You are defending the indefensible. Isaac is a guarantee you can get goals for the Prem. You said Gyökeres is a better player because he scored more goals. That's naive. Yeah, but the thing is, Isaac's your player. Gyökeres is their player. So you're always going to be on the side of your player. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just data. It's just pure numbers.
You know,
if you leave the league out of it and you look at pure numbers, Gyökeres scored more goals than Isak.
Yeah.
It's just a fact.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we'll see. Because I mean, how old is Isaac?
You're always going to get the argument, mate. You're always going to get the argument. Oh,
I respect the argument.
It's a farmers' league.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it might be a farmers' league, but you still got to score the bloody goals.
Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. But Isak get those numbers if he played for Sporting. I'm not so sure.
I agree with you.
I mean, if you just flip it around, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's hard to say because I mean, Sporting played with the thing of having a strong player up front. Because Isaac to me just looks like a bit, like you had them players at school that were like big Peter Crouch type of thing. I'm not saying that's as good as he is. I'm not saying that, but he's got that kind of frame. Do you know what I mean? If you got like a situation where Isaac and Gyökeres was tackling each other, who do you think knocks who off the ball? I know that don't matter, but I'm just going on the size and the physicality of them. And that's probably why it worked at Sporting Lisbon, because they needed a physicality player like that. Isaac wouldn't have been that physicality, so maybe it would have been different in that respect. True. I still do think Isaac is class, though. I think Isaac is class.
Me too, but like Jez said, we've got 100+ years together following this club. They're not spending 150 million on a striker. Once that price tag came out, I knew that was it. I knew that was it. And Liverpool have made some money. I mean, obviously they've won lots of shit in the last few years, and they have a lot of money. Biggest club in England. I mean, they have the ability, financial strength to do that.
Well, you think? What they didn't spend a lot last window, did they? They didn't last summer. Liverpool didn't spend a lot.
They spent anything, did they?
They got Chiesa.
One player for about 20 million.
Yep. Oh, was it Endo? Was it Endo or something?
Something like that.
It was Chiesa from Juventus.
He
was
injured. Yeah.
It was less than 20 mil, Jez, I believe, around the 5 to 10 million mark, I think. And
they're putting their flag out there and saying, right, we've won the Premier League again. This is our this is us. Come and beat us.
Yeah. That's another team to take into account as well. Brentford. I mean, they've lost the manager and 2 best players, and possibly Wisser as well.
Yes.
I mean, they're getting pulled apart. I mean, Norgard for me is a big player for Brentford, so that's a big one that they've lost. They must hate you lot because you nicked Raya as well.
They could be relegation fodder.
100%, because they've got Keith Andrews, and I don't think he's done much management-wise, so it might work out for him. It might not. It's one of them, isn't it? Really?
I think the Norgard signing is very strategic, and I don't think it's that bad of a signing, to be honest.
I don't. I thought he did all right in that front.
It's going to be a very interesting season. I'll tell you right now.
It is, for sure.
It's going to be a big battle at the top.
Wait.
There's going to be a big battle down that bottom and all.
Right?
Definitely.
I said this to Lee the other night when Everton now are going to their new grounds. Right. What we all know as Arsenal fans what it was like going from Highbury to the Emirates. It all went a bit south, didn't it? I can hear an echo.
I can hear an echo.
Is that me?
I don't know.
Well, maybe it was for a second.
I couldn't hear it before.
Oh, that's gone.
No, it was there.
I got kids watching TV in the back room. Is that what you're hearing in the background?
What am I on the TV? Because that was definitely my
you're on the computer monitor. The TV's in the living room.
I ain't quite got that big yet, mate.
I don't think you can hear them. Yeah, Norgard's an excellent signing.
I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Sure.
They've struggled for now they've struggled for the last 3 seasons.
They have.
So we know what it's like to move to the Emirates and how we struggled. We were pretty mediocre.
It was bad times.
We had a very good team at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Very good team.
Yep.
But all we could manage after that was FA Cups.
Yeah. That was sort of, I think, there's parts of me, Jez, to be honest, that Wenger should have left after the 2006 final.
Yeah.
Because I think then he would have been 10 years in the job, and it would have been time.
Yep.
But he oversaw, actually, he oversaw everything about Ashburton Grove and the Emirates and so forth. He oversaw a lot of that move, right, with transition with the board and the owners at the time. So, he had us competing again in 2015-16, the year Leicester won it. We came in second. We were the only team to beat Leicester twice. Remember Danny Welbeck?
Yeah.
I mean, there's been time. We've gotten so close, right? And it's, and with Wenger, I truly believe when we had like Danielson, Alexander Hleb, Sanogo right in and out of there, I just thought there was a real time of mediocrity. And then we started to win the FA Cups when Aaron Ramsey joined and got back from his injury from Shawcross. I mean, it's something to be said. We won the FA Cup, 3 out of 4 times, right, in the span of 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's great to hold on to, but I think this era doesn't care, right? These kids in this era, like, oh, well, Arsenal haven't won the trophy, the Prem in 20 plus years, so they're not that good. And I'm going to go be a Chelsea fan because, well, they've won everything. I think that's the era of fan we're in.
Yeah.
I'm Man City because they're winning everything, but they don't know that Man City was dog shit before 2008.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
None of these kids care to do that research, right? Because it goes against what they believe or what they want to believe is this top tier club, which City are now. But again, I think we're better than City. I think we're going to beat them at least once this season.
Yeah.
It really relies on Rodri, man.
I've never understood why, because I mean, look, this is me, obviously, so I'm not saying everybody's got to be the same or everybody is the same, but kind of all I wanted to do was just know about Forest and just read about Forest and just read about everything, we must be in a different sort of era now because there's so many fans, newer fans and stuff like that just don't know anything about the past and all that lot. And the thing is, like I was saying to the Spurs fan, right? You're always talking about the past, you Forest fans, and all this, that, and the other. And I was saying, well, that's because we've got one. You wouldn't talk about one because you ain't got one. But it's like, it's your past what makes you what you are now. If it wasn't for Forest's past, then I wouldn't be able to sit here and go, ha, Arsenal, you haven't got any stars. You've never won in Europe. And I wouldn't have those kind of bragging rights or anything. And let's face it, if I didn't have that, I wouldn't have anything on you guys, would I, really?
Pretty much true.
Nothing. So, so that's kind of what makes you what you are.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if it isn't for that, you wouldn't be what you are now. So, you have to sort of celebrate that. But I mean, I can understand it from Spurs fans because they've never been fuck all. So it's understandable. Yeah, big up, Rosa. How you doing? Alfie Raid. Big up, Alfie, as well, wherever you are, mate. Hope you're well.
Let's be honest. There's a couple of Spurs channels mentioning no names. All they do is talk about Arsenal.
Yeah.
True. I think they hate us so much, Jez, they can't stop talking about how much they love us. How jealous they are.
All teams do that, though, don't they?
Yeah. It's funny.
All teams do that. You all talk about Derby or you talk about less. You hate them, but you sort of talk about them. Alfred and big up Alf, big up to you as well, Rosa. History is just a thing of the past. Yes, but it's the thing that made you what you are now. That's the point. But I want to cover this as well. We'll go back on to football in a minute. R.I.P. Mr. Ozzy fucking Osbourne, man.
Yeah. Such a shame.
Bro, I did
Yeah.
that stream just after I'd heard it, and
Mhm.
I got tears in my eyes. I played fucking Mama, I'm Coming Home.
Oh, dude, I played that too. I played that too. I
Mate,
played that in
honestly.
the car. Yeah, and I was tearing up in the car too. I had to go somewhere, and I was like, oh, fucking
I played
Ozzy.
Mr. Crowley at the start of this.
I love that song too.
Oh, Mr. Crowley, what a great track.
Yeah.
I remember being 1987 and buying The Ultimate Sin on vinyl.
Oh man, yeah. He's another one of those bands that, I mean, I didn't bother with Black Sabbath when I was younger, as I've told Jez before. I sort of got in. Well, I did. I had 1 or 2 albums, Paranoid and all that. But it's another one of them. I had my Walkman, and I was going to work, and Our Price, and I'd go into Our Price, and I'd learn about these new bands, same as Motley Crue, Ozzy Osbourne, and I'd just go in and I'd just grab every single tape that they've got, and just like, not steal it. Well, I might have stolen a few, but don't tell them.
You get the scissors to cut the plastic off, right?
yeah. Well, I did actually used to do shit like that, but that was
me too.
But, and I used to get them, and I used to go to work, and I just had like Shot in the Dark, Diary of a Madman, fucking Ultimate Sin. Oh man, I just fell in love with it. It was just such a fucking amazing, not the best singer in the world, but such an amazing entertainer.
Right. And that's what I was telling my son, he plays the guitar. We were talking about Ozzy a bit. It's like he wasn't really known for his vocals, but when that voice came on, you knew exactly who it was.
Oh, yeah.
Right. He had a definitive voice, not a strong voice, but his songwriting was so good. Just the dark, evil themes. And it was a show. I unfortunately never saw him live in concert.
No,
but everything's a show, right? He would be these crazy costumes and his bare feet and running around doing the Ozzy thing and throwing water on people. And I think that's what really established him, is his connection to the crowd and his live shows. And the music ripped. He had amazing musicians around him. Let's be honest. Jakey Lee, Randy Costello on drums.
Yeah.
He had, of course, Zach Wilde in the
Zach Wilde,
I'm Coming Home. Or
I
can't think of the name of the record. No More Tears. Right.
Yeah.
So he's had, Randy Rhoads. Come on, like he was the best in the world at the time of his death.
Yeah.
So Randy Rhoads to another name I'm missing, but to Jakey Lee, and then on to Zach Wilde is incredible. And all those, and if you listen to his stuff, it's all so guitar driven, and that's what I love about it. It's so guitar driven.
Definitely. All right, Jez, did you get to see him live? Because I know you're the one that normally does get to see these people live.
Well, funny enough, when I get back to the UK, I'm going to be doing a show, which I'll invite you guys on if you want to join. About all my concert programs and the gigs I went to. I first saw Black Sabbath as I was in '77 at the Hampstead Odeon.
Awesome.
And in the late '77, then he left Black Sabbath, and it was James, what's his name? James Rio, or what his name is?
Ronnie James Dio.
Ronnie
James Dio. Fucking hell.
And of course, I saw Blizzard of Oz many times.
Oh wow. Buck at the Moon. What a tune that is too.
It was great. The first Monsters of Rock festival was actually at Port Vale Ground in 1980. And there was a band playing in that. It was Frank Zappa. He pulled out at quite short notice. And they brought in Ozzy's Blizzards of Oz. Motorhead were headlining. There was a band called Triumph. I
remember them.
From Canada. And it's me and my girlfriend at the time, that's now became a wife. We went up and watched that. And I remember driving. And it was a long drive from North London to there back in the day. We nearly crashed on the way home.
Oh, shit.
I fell asleep at the wheel. And it was only the fact we were coming down the M4 and that I'd gone from the inside lane, weren't driving fast, into the outside third lane, started hitting all the gravel
Oh, shit.
before going into the central reservation. Got off. We came off at a slip road near, it was going towards Oxford somewhere. We pulled into this garage and just crashed out in the car. We'd left at 5 in the morning to get there. The gig started at 12. Finished at 7, something like that. And we were driving back. And I had a pretty rough old car at the time. Top speed was probably no more than 70 mile an hour on a good day. And it was a long day, that one. I remember that very well. But yeah, I'm going to do a totally separate music video show. As you're the rock and rollers. When we get back to normality, we'll agree a time. Wait.
Yep.
And we can talk about our gigs. I'll get all my programs out. We can have just a general music and talk about Aussie, obviously.
Yeah, 100%.
All that lot, Thin Lizzy, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, whatever.
I've got a question for you. Right? What horror movie did Ozzy Osbourne star in as a priest, right? He's a priest on the TV, and he was actually on like a talk show, and he was saying how bad metal music is for everybody, and it's the demons music and all that.
I've seen that.
Yeah, you know.
I
don't know, but I remember seeing it on TV.
Yeah.
Or like a music video or something.
Does anybody in the chat know what film it was?
No,
it's not a very sort of well-known. It's one of my favorites, actually.
Is it in the ilk of People Under the Stairs and that time?
It's in the 80s. It's about a metal guy, a metal player, somebody who did subliminal messages and all that.
Is it like Demonator or something like that with a guitar?
Yeah, it's not Demonator.
Okay, tell me who it is. Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat.
Trick or Treat.
Put in the chat.
Yeah,
that's
Trick or Treat.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the one.
It had Ozzy on it, and it had Gene Simmons on it as well.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, if you haven't watched that film, watch it, because it is absolutely class. If you're a metalhead and you like your metal, it's funny because me and my cousin was talking about this the other day. Like Lone Star just said, take us back to the 80s. Where are all these bands now? Like all these new bands that's coming up now. Where are the Ozzy Osbournes? Where are the fucking, all the older bands, Iron Maidens and all that lot for the future? Black Sabbath, Rainbow. Where are they?
Some people are still making music, Yeti. Iron Maiden's still making music.
Yeah, but when these people have gone, where are all the other ones that's going to take it on board? Are there any you can think of?
Like bands that are kind of taking the torch and running with it.
Yeah, White Snake, Bon Jovi, Def Leppard.
I would say Ghost is the closest band doing anything right now that's relevant with metal would be Ghost. But Iron Maiden still, from what I know, they're still putting out records. I don't
mean it like that. I mean,
that's what you're saying. There's another band called Bring Me the Horizon. I think that was pretty big.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
I just don't. Right now, I think we live in a over sexualized pop music world.
Yeah.
It's Sabrina Carpenter, and it's all about sex and bad relationships, and to a point I get it, but it's all the music now appeals to teenagers. I think.
Yeah.
There's just to find the bands that we like, the Backstreet Boys. Listen to Pepsi. Hey, whatever floats your boat. But. The thing is, if you're an Iron Maiden fan, what's cool though is you can still be an Iron Maiden fan, and their new stuff is still, it's not their old stuff. Just because it's not familiar doesn't mean it's not good, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not just metal though, is it? Because we're going on about metal. Where's the Depeche Modes? Where's the U2? Where's the Human Leagues? Where's the Duran Durans?
That's a very good question. I feel the same thing about
None
movies.
of it, is there?
What is the Ben? Where are all the really great movies? Where are all the great actors anymore?
Oh yeah.
Right. I mean, they're all the
Oh,
same.
we're just doing remakes, aren't we? We're just doing remakes, basically.
Yeah, everything's a remake. I mean, Oppenheimer's maybe the exception, and there's movies that are the exception, right? I get that, but overall, I don't think all these big actors are doing shit for Netflix, which is horrible. It's bad writing, it's bad production.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw
Guns N' Roses
4-piece band of any musical content win an award or competition?
Possibly Oasis.
They're 5-piece.
Long time ago.
Oasis is one of the ones I thought of. I would say this era though, Ghost, even though they're not a 4-piece, but Ghost is kind of carrying the mantle for metal and hard rock.
Yeah.
Lane Staley's dead. Chris Cornell's dead. Chester Bennington, Linkin Park dead. Linkin Park were a band, right? They kind of fell into the new metal genre, right? Because there's too much rap in the music. People like that stuff, so
it's quite a simple answer, isn't it? People don't want that sort of music anymore.
They don't want the creativity, do they? They're not. People don't seem to be interested in creativity anymore. They seem to be interested in just bog standard
bands, girl bands, single soloists.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you never hear of them again.
No.
That silly ass white woman who comes from Essex, who won X Factor or whatever, Great Britain's Talent, whatever. Now.
Adele's good.
Who?
Adele's good. I mean, if you want to talk about someone who can sing and sell records, not that kind of music, but
she had one good album and then fucked off.
I thought she had 3 or 4, Jazz. I thought she's been nominated every time she puts out a record. Maybe I'm wrong. I just think
this bird that come from Essex. Great voice.
Well,
but it's one hit wonder.
Lily Allen.
And then that's the problem. You see on the America's Got Talent, there was a band on there 2 years ago who were absolutely bloody brilliant. Their musical technicality was superb, right?
This was a 4-piece band you saw?
No, they didn't get through. They got through to maybe, I don't know, the quarterfinals. And then they disappeared because people don't want that music anymore. They want all the silly soft shit. Most people can't sing anyway. And it's all generated shit behind the scenes. You haven't got anybody playing instruments anymore.
True. It's all Pro Tools, bro.
They can't. Because most of the people, it's just bollocks. It's bollocks music.
Yeah.
Right. And I've seen 2 guys like AC/DC's been on tour, and the response is awful. It's been really bad, right? Brian Johnson cannot sing anymore. Angus Young, he can play guitar still, but the schoolboy Bob in the Head just doesn't work anymore.
AC/DC kind of went when Bono went for me. Not Bono.
Really?
What was his name? Sorry.
Bon Scott.
Bon Scott. That's it.
Really, you didn't like any of the Brian Johnson stuff. You didn't like Back in Black.
I thought he was the best, to be honest.
Yeah, but you really did like Black in Black, and for those about to rock, we salute you.
All right, but it's just not the same. Like when you got Alice in Chains, and then you lose Lane Staley, and then you get I forgot his name now. It's good, but it's not as good.
Yeah, I believe you. Yeah,
I think when you lose a singer, same as Linkin Park. You lose a singer, they get a woman in to do it. Yes, she sounds all right, but it's not that. Same as when Iron Maiden got when Bruce left, and the guy from Wolfsbane came in, Blaze Bailey. Just it just don't work. And then Bruce comes back in, and it's just like, yes, that's it.
When Zeppelin lost John Bonham, right? they were such a tight-knit band, and they said, that's it. And now I was fortunate, I was very fortunate to see the last two Zeppelin concerts with the original lineup in 79 at Nedworth in the UK. It was just on the release of the album In Through the Outdoors, and he died. We know how he died. He died on his own from it and all that.
Bon Scott too.
And they decided that's it.
Yeah.
And all right, they did that thing for Live Aid, which was a complete load of bollocks, because Phil Collins totally fucked it up. They went to Philadelphia to do the Live Aid shit, and Phil Collins was never the drummer to do that. But that story. But then they made that decision and said, no, that's it, we're winding it in. And then they did Celebration Day in honor of their producer, or the guy who signed them up originally to Atlantic Records. And then they walked away. And that's what bands, I'm sorry, but AC/DC, I've seen them so many times. Great band. I've seen them with Bon Scott when they did the England University tour. 50 pence a ticket, that was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right. And now they are a sad, they just pack it in, man. Apparently,
exactly. Pack
they're
it in.
going back to do a tour of Australia.
Oh, Jesus.
Like when he does the old what's it called? She's Got the Jack. And he strips off, done the old Angus Young, you know.
Yeah.
Please don't do it anymore. You've got saggy tits now. You're just embarrassing yourself. You're still a fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we all have, but we're not going to do that.
I'm glad the Oasis concerts have been fabulous from all the response I'm getting. That Liam sounds great. The sound's been great. The crowds have been good. So I'm really anxious to go in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Look, these people have got more money than they know what to do with. I know they love to play. I know they want to play to their audience. But Angus Young, keep playing, mate, but pack it in. Play the Jack. Great song, but keep your clothes on. I saw the footage, right? My daughter was there when they played at the Monsters of Rock last year. And it was fucking sad to see.
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, and she said she sent me the video of it that she took herself, and she said, "Dad, I had to turn away. It was embarrassing."
Yeah, I think there comes a point where you just do. Mind you, it's probably their managers that's putting them up to it, but I think there's probably a point where you just come to, we'll keep doing albums, but we're not doing, or just do it, and then like Bruce Dickinson. I mean, that man can still run around the stage better than I can. When you see an Iron Maiden gig, he's running from one side to the other. I'm like, if that was me, I'd run from one side to the other.
Help.
I need an oxygen tank on either side of the stage. I would.
Well, I think a lot of it too is that there isn't any real stage performers anymore in rock and roll.
No, that's another good point. I think Ghost is very good.
But I think after Ghost, it's hard to find those bands because a lot of them too sound fucking same, bro.
Rammstein. I think Rammstein's got a shout.
Yeah, for sure. But
Slipknot, maybe. Slipknot.
These bands have been around 20 years, Yeti.
Yeah,
right?
True.
They aren't new, right? Slipknot are kind of new in the later metal years, right? But not now. I mean, I don't think they're a band anymore, right? Didn't they split up because of Geordie Jordison's death?
He went on to do Stone Sour, which was really good, actually. And then he went on to do his own separate thing, which actually was really good as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, most of them was around back in that time. Let me just cover some of this chat. Music is worse. Football is backwards, sideways, boring. People are angrier and nastier. Take me back now. Yeah, mate, I would go back 100%. Even TV programs and all. I mean, remember the TV programs like The Professionals and all that kind? I mean, we had some fucking great programs. Only Fools and Horses, The Professionals. You used to love sitting and watching TV back then, didn't you?
Right.
Because there's so many good things on. Knight Rider.
Oh,
You
dude. Knight Rider was great. Hill Street
like
Blues. Hill Street Blues.
Rosa asks me, is Forest adding a third star if you win Europa? I fucking hope not. I don't want another star for a Europa.
Get half
honestly. That one comes for a Champions League. I don't want a third star for a Europa. The music license and 2 performers per group in pubs. Then, oh, no, absolutely. Billy Ocean, good too. Sorry, guy. Oh, well, that's me. So many great bands in the 80s. Bananarama, yeah, Clapton, San Antonio, Unreal.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Bangles, NWA, yeah, very good band. Magnum, PI, Cagney and Lacey, Knight Rider, yeah, Bee Gees, Take Some Beating, proper shower music. Yeah, I mean, well, you've got loads of like different bands that was good. Certain people like them, certain people don't. I like ABBA. I always liked ABBA. I like all different kinds of music. If it makes you feel good, you enjoy listening to it, then it's there, isn't it? You know, metal's my preferred thing. You know, but it's just insane. We've sort of lost creativity. Look at all the old films. Remember, you sat and watched a film in the 80s, and it was good, and it had an idea that you was like, oh, fucking hell, I didn't think of that, and it was a really good idea. Everything now is just regurgitated shit. You know, it's just, oh, let's do the same thing as what we did like in the 80s because everybody loved it, and we'll just completely revamp it completely and do it again. I mean, even the superhero movies, back in the day, I didn't like them. But, you know, now they've got the effects and everything like that. They're fucking shit.
Yeah, the stories just lack real good storytelling and detail in stories, multiple plot lines. Because a good movie, let's say it's a drama, right, has different plot lines that catches you off guard, right?
Yeah.
Character development where you start to see the actor as that real character and not as, you know, Brad Pitt or Robert De Niro, whatever name you want in there, right? But I think what we see, and the way the films were shot, what we have now is a bunch of glossy edited bullshit.
Yeah.
It's glossy looking. It looks fake. The 4K looks fake. It kind of looks like you're there. I mean, like 4K is great for sci-fi, like the Marvel movies, like you're saying, and really cool alien sci-fi type movies, right? Because you want to see the blood and the ooze and that and up in detail. It's heavily shot in black and filtered a lot, right? You really want to see the detail of the creatures and the costumes or whatever. But when you're doing a drama with like, oh, again, put whatever names you want in there. I want a real story. Like there isn't movies like Good Will Hunting anymore that has a real story behind it and a real, you know, ending to it that makes your heart kind of hurt for that person. Right? You don't have empathy for the characters anymore because there's no depth in these characters. It's here's the actor, here's the action scene, here's the love spot, here's the action scene, and here's the end of the movie. Right? It's all just 4 or 5 basic themes that doesn't intertwine, but it looks cool. It looks glossy. It makes money because it's advertised on social media so heavily. And a lot of these movies aren't even advertised on television anymore.
No.
Right? In America, you're watching a show, you're getting pharmaceutical ad after fucking pharmaceutical ad, pushing you a bunch of pills you don't fucking need because they have all the money more than God and they can spend billions of dollars on primetime television advertising. Right? It's always something about mental health, pills and dosage in America, and then it's cars, buy the latest Nissan, and then it's beer. It's the same theatrical.
Oh, can you not afford that? Can you not afford that? And then that puts you into like a mental health state because you've
correct.
Shit. I would have been able to afford that if I'd have done something with my life. I haven't done something with my life because I'm an absolute piece of shit. What a piece of shit I am. I mean that's probably looking a little bit.
And if you're depressed in any sort of way, here's a pill for you to go take. Call your doctor today. Here's a 1-800 number you can call to get it for free. Right? Yeah, it's just it's like I've watched more YouTube, especially it's COVID, and of course with you fellas and everybody else in the chat, that I watch anything else on television anymore. Anything. I mean, I watch The Handmaid's Tale with my wife and son. We watch a couple episodes of that at night, but anything else, it's YouTube related. It's aliens, football, gaming, music, and that's kind of
I did actually say this was all coming. I said it to my brother, right? I said, as soon as you've got this CGI, like before we used to watch horror films and it was that dull, it was like, shit, I want to see something like Aliens when they're inside and they're all getting killed and stuff like that. And I've always said I'd love to have like seen what was actually happening and stuff like that. And it's like, well, now you've got the effects and everything. The unfortunate thing that suffered is the writing, because they're not interested in the writing anymore, because they know you're going to get taken in by the effects. And the trailers are fucking terrible, because the trailers pretty much show you the whole film. So if you're going to watch a movie, don't watch the trailers, because they show you the surprise things. And like one, I'd say, for instance, is the one where they turn the skin blue, the aliens come in and take all the people up top. And it's showing you the bits where you was watching them film and thinking, oh shit, they're going to get saved. But the trailer actually showed you, no, they don't get saved. So what's the fucking point of watching the film? Right. Big up, Danny. How you doing, bro? And thank you so much for that £50 super sticker, bro. You're an absolute legend. And I bet you're loving what's going on with Liverpool at the minute, with Isaac and all that kind of stuff. You are fucking on it, bro. I think you are going to do what you said you was going to do the other day. And legend. Wow, I agree with you 100%, man. Guy with a white hat. Yeah, Dow's a superstar. Same as Jez is. I think we're all just like annoyed with these things. And this thing with mental health, that's being caused by the system. The system's causing that. Yeah. And it's all done by design as well. So you go to your doctors and you go, I mean, no fucker knows what a bad day is anymore. You know, when we was younger and you wake up and you're like thinking, oh, fucking hell, I feel shit. Or you wake up and smack your head on the fucking door and you think, fucking hell, it's going to be one of them days. Nowadays, it's just they wake up, feel a little bit like, oh, I feel a little bit down. I better go and see the doctor. You know, straight away, and they're at the doctor, and the doctor's ready to just go, here. And you know, the thing that always bothers me about doctors and worries me about doctors is they'll offer me a pill and go, take that for 2 weeks, see what happens. Oh, what do you mean, see what happens? Fucking hell, do you mean, see what happens? I know you know what happens, but that just says to me one thing, that everything's different to everybody's body. Your intakes are different, so the pill is going to react differently to you than it does to me, because of your diet and what you do in your life and what you drink and all that kind of stuff. And it's like when they turn around and say that to you, you just think to yourself, well, hopefully it makes me better, Doc, but it might just turn me into a raving fucking werewolf and I might rip everybody's fucking head off. Who knows? Let's just see.
And I think you guys speak on this too, even with crime, right? There's a lot of people who are prescribed these medications, take them, and then don't take them, and it really messes them up worse than they were before, right? And they start, they commit crimes or something, or they fall out with their family and things like that. So I agree with what you're saying, man. Taking a pill is not the answer to a lot of this stuff. A lot of it is someone just needs someone to talk to, right? Yeah. A lot of these people, in America, right? We got someone to listen in their 30s that are single and living their life through YouTube. Not just absorbing content, not creating it, of course. And they don't know how to talk to the opposite sex. They don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. And then they end up, like you said, they go to the doctor. They get this pill because they're depressed. If they're not depressed, they're just lonely. A lot of people are lonely, men and women, right? And a lot of it has to do with social media and the feelings that you get from looking at that shit.
We're being cut off. We're being cut off because you go onto social media every day and you're just about to go out or whatever, and then you see a story that's like, oh, this has happened. I mean, if you was to believe most of it, you'd think that you'd walk out your front door and it's right there in front of you, and everybody's fighting each other and beating the shit out of each other and all that kind of stuff. And it does actually increase a fear in you, and it's what the media used to do. And what we've done is really insane with social media. We've sort of like said we're not going to bother with the media anymore because they lie all the time. But now we're on there lying all the time, and we're causing the fear, and we're causing the fucking. issue.
Let me
Society.
let me drop a bomb on you two in the chat. So I was listening to a show the other day that was interviewing different computer scientists that are working in AI, and companies are going to start using AI a hell of a lot more than we think. And Delta Airlines, an American airline company, is changing their pricing structure in a way that before they were utilizing AI tools for 2%, only for 2% of their pricing makeup, right? If that makes sense. They're using AI tools to only as a data tool to figure out pricing, right? And they only said, we use about
from the last one.
The way we can make our pricing is we use 2% of internet tools to help us find ways for pricing for customers. Now they've just said that they're going to use AI tools for 20%, a 10 times fold for pricing, which means they can get data on you by your searches and where you need to go based on AI algorithms, meaning, Wes has to go to France because of searches that we have found in his search history through browsing and so forth. He has to go to France on this day, so we're going to upcharge him because it's an urgent trip. And they're doing this. Yes, bro, listen. And this is just the bottom rung of this shit. Your searches on your phones and internet and anything that has to do with buying products and so forth.
They're going to take me to the porno fucking headquarters.
Say again?
They're going to take me to the porno headquarters.
Probably so. The companies are going to use AI pricing structures now, and they're going to get more money out of you because they know when to drop these algorithms and how that's going to affect you and your money. And they're going to be controlling the way you spend your money. So to think that, like, once this gets in, you won't even have to really do much anymore, right? Which is the machines taking over, right? Which is the singularity event, right? When machines overtake human thought. But they're already implementing these tools, guys. So it could be like, oh, I want to go to an Arsenal match. I want to sit here. And they're like, okay. And through AI, they develop a price specifically for you and all the other fans specifically for that seat. And so all of a sudden, you're going to have the people who are going to spend the money with the fucking best seats ever. And everybody else is going to get the shit. Because AI will monitor how you spend, where you're spending your money at, and how much you're spending. So they can say, oh, mate's going to buy Ralph Lauren and Stone Island and, Versace, but this guy over here is buying from Poundland. But we're going to charge the guy from Poundland more because of desperation.
Oh, boy.
So we're going to use human emotion set in with AI tools. That's going to affect how you spend money buying products and services.
That's insane, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Boys, I've got to bounce.
Hi, Jez.
No. It's a fascinating conversation, mate.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But I've got to bounce. The wife's back.
I got about 10 more minutes.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
Yeah. Take care, bud.
Take care.
Mate.
Have a good time, and I'll catch you gentlemen later. Big up the chat.
Cheers, bro.
Take care, people. Take care.
Have a good one.
Take care, bro. Jez is Arsenal. Make sure you follow Jez is Arsenal. That's the first time I had said Jez Arsenal history of more, so I'm actually getting it out of my head eventually. Right, I'm just going to get a beer, mate. I'll be back in a sec.
Sure. So big up everyone in the chat. Big up Adam, Danny, Lone Star. What are your guys' thoughts on AI? How is that? I'm curious. What do you guys think? Like, how would AI change football? How would that? How would we have football clubs implement AI tools? How would they do that for pricing, for merchandise, for just getting the club out there marketing wise? I'm sure you guys are really smart in the chat and would figure out some solutions for that. I think it's fucking crazy. That all of our search data will be available anywhere. Companies can target you. I think we're getting targeted on television now. Just wait and give it another 5, 6, 7 years. But I am curious how they're going to implement AI with football. I think is VAR an AI tool? Kinda, I would think in a way. I mean, they're collecting data on players, right? They're wearing sports bras or something with some little contraption that checks their heart rate, how many miles they've run, all sorts of things. That's I don't know if that's really an AI technology. Maybe not. Anyway, Arsenal are going to win the league. We're going to win it. We're going to lift that trophy. And we're going to spit and shine on Slot's head. Oh, the fucking Reds. No, man, this is fucking Arsenal's year, bro. We're going to win it all. We're going to get a rag. We're going to polish all Slotty's head with it. Keep that bald chrome dome of his shining. How you like that, Slot? Finishing second? You bald bastard. Nah, Liverpool's definitely going to win the league, without a doubt. I'm curious what Soboslai is going to do, Danny, now that looks like Florian Wirtz has taken Soboslai's spot, I'm sure. I'm sure Slot will work it out. But I must say there's no guarantee you're going to win it all with Isak. I don't know. Editeki is a good signing. Maybe you'll go 4-4-2 with Isak and Editeki up front. That would be fucking pretty good. 2 top strikers. Arsenal win the title, no question. Thank you, Londoner. Thank you. Lone Star knows the deal. Who's your hero and why? Well, there's this Anthony Herbert wants to know who my hero is. Oh no, it's Herbert. Yeah, my hero. Really, real life, my hero. I would say, of course, number 1, my father.
Big old Anthony,
number 2. I don't know, Anthony. You're close. Number 2. That makes you feel better. I don't know. Slot is a Marteta, Arteta is a figure. No,
I tell you what, right? What you were just saying, right? There's actually films that are being wrote by AI.
Yeah.
And you can tell as well. You can tell. Because, I mean, have you seen the music? Have you? Well, not seen.
No, I haven't seen the YouTube. No, I haven't. I've seen the YouTube pages that are talking about it, though.
I've got a song, right? It's on the end of this guy's video. I don't know what it is. I've asked him what it is. It won't tell me. But it's all done by AI. And I tell you, it's fucking unbelievable. You just go on, you put in like symphonic metal or something like that. Female voice, male voice, and then like guitars, drums, piano. Oh, mate, honestly, it sounds fucking unreal. And there's a lot of it going up. Mate, we're heading for the fucking Terminator, bro. We are.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt the machines are going to become smarter than us and be controlling us, and it's going to eliminate millions.
Don't worry though, your name ain't Sarah Connor. Your name's not Sarah Connor, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, right. Have you ever seen the movie Ex Machinima? Did you ever see Ex Machinima? Bro, you got to see Ex Machinima, bro. You got to check it out. Seriously, it's an older movie, 99, 2000. You would really, really like it. All
right, no, I ain't seen that. Big up, Anthony. All right, mate. Slot won the Klopp's team. Won with Klopp's team. Yeah. Still took some doing, to be fair. But I mean, then you could say that. I suppose Emery won the FA Cup with Arsenal. Arteta won the FA Cup with Emery's team. So I suppose you can say tit for tat, there, isn't it? You said it, Lone Star. At least they won the Prem. They didn't just win a cup. Emery did. You said it, Lone Star. Slot won, says Danny. Well played. That's a good reply. That any manager would have won with Klopp's players. I wouldn't go that far, to be quite honest with you. I don't think management's all that easy. Otherwise, everybody'd be doing it.
Management is not that easy. Coaching your son's 14-year-old basketball team is not fucking easy.
No. Exactly. I mean, the thing is, like, though, with like what you were saying about AI and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's doing so many sort of different things now. You can like be talking to somebody and you've been chatting to them for ages, so you're like having this text message with them, and then all of a sudden they start talking. You're like, I don't remember you ever talking like this. You're using fucking AI.
Yeah, I'll tell you a story.
Give you replies and stuff. Here's Anthony. So big up, Anthony. How you doing, bro?
It's time for me to go. Catch you guys later.
No,
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. No, I'm good. Guys. I'm good.
You got some sun there, bro. Been out of the tractor, yeah?
Oh, fucking hell. Tell me about it. It's
gotta be hot out there.
baking down here in Bristol. It's absolutely big. Work this morning was unbelievable because we're doing landscaping. We're doing this massive garden for this customer. Fencing panels, slabs, turf, stone, you name it. We're doing it all. And I said to the boss, because our time's till 4:00, and I'm packing the things up and all that.
Well, you were the boss.
All right. What?
I thought you was a boss. You told me it was your business.
No.
Why you got a big white spot on your face?
I don't know why there's a white spot on my face.
He had one before you come on.
Yeah. You can't. That's lighting. But yeah, he said, "Why are you leaving so early?" I said, "Fuck this." I said, "I'm going around the fucking pub." I said, "Come on, it's Friday."
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I worked for a civil engineering firm for a while, and every 3:00 on Fridays it would be like, "Hey, this guy's name was Matt. Hey, Matt, we're gonna take off to the bar. Oh, okay, guys, see you later."
Take care,
I just didn't give a shit anymore. Yeah. All right, Lone Star, take care, buddy. Yeah, he just didn't give a shit. But good for you, Anthony, telling the boss what's up.
Oh, I always tell him. I think this is the only job that you can actually tell your boss what to do. Yeah. Like, he can ring you up and say, "Are you coming in tomorrow?" You could turn around and say, "Get fucked." But
I've always done that, mate. I've always done that. That's why I've been sacked a lot.
Yeah, it's the only guy that I know who's got a 23-page CV. You showed me it.
You think it's only 23 pages?
Jesus Christ. I worked at one place for 4 days. It was so bad.
Was it?
People have mistaken it for the Bible, mate.
This engineering firm, bro. It was weird. It was in downtown Portland, and it was a small structural engineering firm. Their headquarters were in San Francisco, and they had just a small office here in Portland. And it was about 15 people. It was one woman.
Was it?
Which is weird because I worked this company called CH2M Hill, big global engineering firm. There's women, men, and now theys and thems, of course, as well in some of these places, but at least it was always women, right? It was just weird to work in a place where it was like all dudes.
Yeah.
And the one woman was like the admin person. Yeah. It was just really weird, and it was just shitty. They would have
everybody spent the whole day trying to get off with that woman.
And I only lasted there 4 days. It was so strange.
Well, unfortunately, I have people like that working for me.
Every guy just spent the whole day trying to get off with that woman.
Yeah, everybody was. She was fit too, if I remember. But it just was. It's weird. It was just weird. Yeah, it was 4 days, man.
So he's had that a lot of times.
4 days of work.
The stuff I've done in the past and all that kind of thing's fucking insane.
Weren't you a DJ at one point? Weren't you a DJ?
I thought you said a fucking BJ. Yeah,
he's a king of them, Dal. He's a king of them.
That's what Jez said.
Fucking DJ. Yeah, I was a DJ, but that was in Second Life. That wasn't in
Second Life.
Yeah, he's actually got that on his CV. When he went to his job interview, you're good at BJs. He said, "Well, back in the day when I was in my prime, this is a story."
Yeah, I used to be able to spin a good one.
It was a sticky job. It was a sticky job. I had to wear gloves.
Fucking hell.
But yeah, I was. I did do some DJing, but like I say, it was only on Second Life. It was like a graphical program where everybody goes into clubs and all that kind.
Yeah, games.
I've never done it in real life.
The game Second Life. Okay.
Well, I did do it in real life. I weren't dead when I did it, but it was on the game. I was good at it as well.
Fucking hell.
Because it was like, it was in Second Life, so obviously you've got people from all different countries and all this, that, and the other. And they just, because I swore like fuck on the thing.
Yeah.
Right, you motherfuckers, we're going to play this fucking song, you piece of fucking shit. And all this, that, and the other. And I got like a massive following, you know, because they liked the way I did it, because it was just like, there's no, I've always found it easy to be the kind of person that don't get offended and makes friends with people that don't get offended, you know.
Yeah.
Because I'm a straight John Bull. That's what the Keep It Real, Keep It Yeti's all about. You know, I don't mess about. If you see that video I did earlier, I just went in, mate. I'm not fucking around with people. If anybody's turning around to me and saying, because I keep getting it a lot on the comments and stuff like that. Oh, we don't like Forest anymore. We really like Forest. We loved Forest, but we're starting to hate you. We're really starting to hate you. And I'm just like, do you think we give a fuck? Do you think we care? Do you think we're here to be liked by you?
I saw a comment that someone thinks you're going to get relegated this season.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I mean, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of Forest fans that's going like, oh, fucking hell. I mean, what did I say the other day? Because this guy turned around and he went, oh, so we've signed nobody. It's 3 weeks to go and we're not even doing anything. And I just turned around and says, yeah, Aaron, we should just sell the fucking club and just fucking the county fans or something like that.
Yeah,
you know, and some
now.
people get it. Some people get the jokes and some people don't.
Right.
And that's the thing. And I like that because then I can weed out the weak wankers and the actual people that are, you know, that can actually handle, you know, humour and jokes and things like that. But, I mean, where we're concerned at the minute, I mean, we've got Igor Jesus, which I think was what we needed anyway, another striker there. Awonyi, still not too sure about him. I think everybody's sort of looking at Awonyi because he had that near miss last season with the injury and everything. It's like, you know how teams do when something happens like that to a player and all the fans are like, oh no, we can't get rid of him, even if he's a bag of shit. We can't get rid of him because you know we love him now and all that kind of thing. Well, you know, Igor Jesus is a good option. Cunha's a good option. If we get this Undoy guy, I mean, I can't believe, I don't know what you think, Anthony, but what's going on with Newcastle is just insane.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, let's start off with Isaac being one of them. You know, Isaac's being one of them. He's Liverpool and he's somewhere else. Listen, all I'm going to say is because Liverpool, what people don't realise is when they won the league, they spent £12 million.
Cheers, Danny. Up the mighty red.
Chiesa was all they bought.
Chiesa, that was all they bought, and he didn't hardly feature at all. So you think of it, they got all that money from last season, and basically the season before. So they've got so much money to spend. Yeah, and look at the quality that they've bought. I mean, look, I mean, everybody's saying with Gyökeres, you know, and all that. So I pronounced it with the G. It's not pronounced with the G. It's in Sweden. The G is silent, so it's Gyökeres. I do apologize. So, but they're saying, oh, he signed and all this and that, but I still haven't seen anything on Sky Sports News with him signing the contract. Holding up the shirt. I haven't seen any of this.
No.
And what is people going out there saying, yeah, he signed. But I'm sorry, but if we haven't seen a video, like with us on Sky Sports News, with Dow, I suppose it's ESPN or whatever it is you watch.
I get it off Instagram.
Yeah, or Instagram. We haven't seen nothing. We haven't seen nothing at all.
Yeah, I thought he had his medical, though. There was somebody.
Yeah, I think Anthony wants to see a video where he turns up in it with like an overall on, and then it goes. Yeah.
He's on about his police academies days when it was the Blue Oyster in the pub. That's what he's on. That's what he's.
Yeah, but you had a full-on membership there, mate.
Oh god. With the Wolfman character. What was it?
Yeah, but I see where you're coming from. I mean, a lot of the things that we're reading is just what people are saying. I mean, I'm as far as I know, there's an agreement in place. He's heading out to Singapore, is it, where you are at the moment? Which I think is phenomenal, to be honest. If he wants to, he wants to get going straight away, which I think it's not something you see with a lot of players, is it, that you sign? But he actually wants to go, right, I want to get right there with my teammates, get to know my teammates, and I think that's a fucking really, really good sign.
I think it's done, Anthony. And I also go out on a limb. I think we'll get Eze done at the end of the week. Next week. I do. And I think after that, Anthony, I got to say that's an 8 out of 10 window.
Oh, 100%.
I was just about to see the same, Dal. Just about to see the same. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 for me.
Yeah.
If you went and got like a proper quality left back, then I would say you could possibly go for like a 9 as well, to be honest, because you've got cover in the centre with Mufasa or whatever his name is. I don't know what his name is. But you've got cover there. You know, you've got Zubamendi, you've got Norgard, so you've sorted that. You got Odegaard, you've got Eze that can sit in that middle if Odegaard's not performing, and then have Martinelli. So I think you're doing the right things in the fact that he's fine. He is learning. I mean, let's put it down to tax. He is. I've said this most of the time. You can see that the guy is learning, but at the same point, like Jez says, is the pressure on? Is that why he's learning?
Pressure. Yes.
The pressure.
I think if we wrap up Eze and Tony Neri's put in Rodrigo, I think those links are pretty done, bro. I don't think we're getting Rodrigo. I think
Eze will be a lot.
I think Rodrigo's going to stay at Madrid, to be honest.
Yeah.
Unless Liverpool,
Martinelli leaves,
Liverpool come in, or City or Bayern Munich, right? I mean, I know he's linked to Bayern Munich too, so I could see that move maybe. But I don't think we're going to get Eze and Rodrigo. But I do think we're going to get Eze. And like Jenny was saying, sorry, Crystal Palace, but that's kind of the way the ball bounces, But I do think that here's what I think, Anthony. I think we put Eze on the left,
by the way,
and Odegaard on the right. I don't want Eze on the wing.
No, I don't want Eze on the wing. Do you know what, Dal? I want a brand new. I want a brand new style of play, brand new strategy, and also I want a 4-2-3-1 formation. And I've been calling it out for it for a while. I want Rice and Zubamendi
as a brand new style of play.
No, I know, but it'd be nice to see Rice with Zubamendi. The double pivot in front of the defence. And I'll be honest with you, I'd rather have Saka on the right, Eze in the middle, and whoever he's going to play on the left. I mean, all right, is it going to be Martinelli? There's rumours that is Saudi for 70 million. I have read.
Well, I'll tell you what, right? And this is another thing that needs to be taken into account. Odegaard's going to get found out this season, because if he's this creativity, then there's a striker there now. So
there you go.
I noticed it in the friendly. I noticed it last season. He plays the safe game. It's like Saka will get it. He'll run down the wing. There'll be 2 or 3 players on him. Saka will turn around, give it to Odegaard. That, to me, is where he finds a little bit of space, drops it into the centre for somebody running onto it. Yeah? He doesn't do that. He always backs up and then goes, I don't fancy that. And then he drops it to somebody else. So to me, if you've now got a striker in there and you got him trained up, and if he gets with a team now, then it would work. Then if you've got a striker in there, he should be knowing where that striker's going to be. And I see him doing it every now and then. But to me, this is really going to show what Odegaard is about this season, because now he's got players around him that are going to point him out to either be it or be shit, and that's it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Good. But I think Odegaard is. What Dal said. If we get Eze, we play Eze in the middle, and let's say Martinelli out in the left. I mean, I'm not being funny. That takes Odegaard to the bench. If we do play, he's not going to do that. But we've got Namweri there. That can also do a job in the middle.
On Havertz in as well, isn't he? like Jez has already said, he's going to do something.
He's going to do something.
Right.
And do you know what? It won't surprise me. Sorry, now I'll just say this. It won't surprise me on open day of the season when we've got Man United. I don't think
Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Don't
Go
say
ahead.
what?
It's a free country.
Right. I don't think Gyökeres is going to start in that game. I think he's going to play.
Do you reckon?
I really do. I really do. The falling out between. Have you? I haven't seen this.
Mind you, they cost about the same money, don't they?
Yeah, they cost about the same money, 65. But what I'm saying is, the only reason I say that is because people said that they've actually seen an interview with Gyökeres, and apparently he's mentioned Berta's name in there a few times, but he hasn't once in that interview. He didn't once mention Mikel Arteta in this interview. But what it was, the reason being was because this is what people's been saying. I haven't seen it, but this is what people's been saying.
That says a lot, to be honest.
And in all fairness, the reason why Gyökeres didn't apparently say Arteta's name was because Arteta wanted Sesko and not Gyökeres.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
So, that not being funny, with him doing that, and with our manager, we know if he don't get his own way, he starts throwing his toys out the pram. And I hope nothing comes between him and and Gyökeres, because he's a good player and he should be starting, in my opinion, over Havertz.
I mean, this is one argument I can give on it being Isaac that you get, and I asked earlier, and I'll ask again, right? If this Isaac thing had have happened while you was in the middle of trying to get Gyökeres, Sesko, or Gyökeres or Sesko, or possibly Isaac, who would you choose?
Me personally, I would have choose Isaac.
Right.
I would have choose Isaac because he's Premier League proven.
Right.
Gyökeres is not Premier League proven. In all fairness, Gyökeres he was shit at Brighton. And
but he's still been in the Premier League. He's still played in there.
He still played in the Premier League, but he wasn't that good yet. And that's the reason why Brighton loaned him.
But that's not what Premier League proven means, does it? Premier League proven means you've actually played in the Premier League. It don't mean you played in it and been the fucking best player on the pitch.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is but you look at the number. I know he's playing for the Premier League, but with Isaac, you look at the number of games that he's played, the number of goals that he's scored, and what he's assisted as well, and obviously what he's brought to Newcastle. So, do you know what I mean? You got that. The only reason why I say that is because with Gyökeres, where he went from Coventry to Sporting, the Portuguese league ain't that great. Let's be honest. You got three big teams in there: Benfica, Porto, and Sporting Lisbon.
Well, let me reverse this to you, Anthony. Like I said earlier on the show, does Isak score 92 goals in 2 seasons for Sporting?
No.
I mean, if you look at, I mean, look, I get where you're coming from, saying that the Portuguese league ain't that good and all that.
I get it too.
A lot of the time, when a team's not that strong, look at us last season, right? We weren't strong enough to go against you guys, but we did with sheer grit because we know what you guys are all about. So we go in with sheer grit to try and make that difference. That's what the other teams would have done. I've seen like a few highlights of like Gyökeres in Sporting Lisbon. I personally think you've got the right one. That's my personal opinion, because Gyökeres looks for other players. If there's nothing on for him, he will look for other players. And I think that'd be perfect for Arteta's Arsenal and the way that Arsenal play. Whereas Isak, for me, if he gets through and then he's going head-to-head with somebody and somebody else runs around the side, he's still going to try and get it himself. That's just my opinion, because if you look at the assists, there's more assists for Gyökeres than there is for Isak. He looks to me like he knows, he knew what players was going to do. So he had no issue in just. I don't think there's anything wrong with a striker. There's no issue of going. You know what? You're in a better position than me. There you go for it. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's no
exactly.
that. With Isaac, the only thing I've seen from him is he kind of gets away and then he does it on his own. Do you get what I mean? That's kind of my take on it.
And both. I admit both ways are brilliant, right? Both ways. It's the ball in the back of the onion bag, no matter what. But I think the Gyökeres, from what I've seen in Sporting, right? I mean, I know we shut him down in the Champions League, but we also had the best defense in Europe at the time, and I'll take that with anyone. So with that said, from what I've seen with Gyökeres, he can dribble between multiple defenders. He can actually dribble the ball in the 18-yard box and slot it far apart while he's facing the other way, right? Isak, like I said before, needs a through ball to run onto, right? And then he's gone, right? If it's him one-on-one with the keeper, he's going to score 90% of the time, right? And he's scored outside the box, just inside the box, at the pen spot, anywhere in the box, right? But for us, I think we go against that low block. We need someone that Odegaard can feed a ball into close enough in the 18-yard box who can do a little bit of a turn, a little bit of footwork, and just get around that defender. Havertz can't do that. Havertz can't turn. Moreno can. And we saw the proof. Moreno can turn on the ball. He put one far post against Madrid, right? So what I'm fearful of is we're going to have Havertz at left mid, Rice in the 6, and Odegaard on the right, regardless if we have Eze. Because I think he's going to play Medwecki on the left, and it's going to Gyökeres up front, and it's going to be Saka on the right. If Havertz is in that midfield,
he's got it all now. He's got it all now.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's got no excuses anymore. You know, if he can't do with this, what he's got now, I personally think that Liverpool are strengthening even better than you are, and they still ain't finished either. Let's face it.
Yeah.
So, you know, but another thing I would say as well, I'll just go on to Tony Neri. What he may be large fancies, Gyökeres goals with pens. Fair enough. Yeah, 100% fair enough on that. He ain't going to do an assist on a pen, is he? Obviously. But the thing is, it's like, if it was Isak, does Havertz start? If Isak costs you 150 million, does Isak start? No, he doesn't.
My opinion, no.
You've got to start the 150 million man.
You're paying striker, you've got to.
You know,
it's stupid. You don't pay 150 million and say, "Oh well, you're just going to be on the bench." You know that don't make sense. No,
and Gyökeres being the same value as Havertz is fucking jokes.
Yeah,
right. No, for sure. But like Anthony says, if we go for the 4-2-3-1, Havertz does not get in that first 11.
No.
And I would even go on to say that's when we can put Eze on the left because he won't be so far up the pitch in the wide areas, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
I don't want Eze isolated on the left, right near the corner flag. We don't want him in that area. We want him more central. So
I want him central. Yeah,
I would take Eze, Odegaard, and Saka and Gyökeres as our third four all fucking day long because Eze can cut in the middle, Odegaard could rotate to the left, and all of a sudden Odegaard's on the left, Eze's in the middle doing the Eze things, dishing off to Saka, finding Gyökeres. I hope I see that more. What I don't want to see is getting Eze and we continue to push the ball to the right every time fucking Odegaard has the ball.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why Martinelli has not looked good because he doesn't have the ball. And when
Eze needs to be an inside forward, in my opinion. He's on the left. He's not
right because of Odegaard.
Like that. He's like, as you said before, and he called it Callum Hudson-Odoi then. And as you said before, Dal, Callum Hudson-Odoi style. I mean, not saying that they're as good as each other or whatever, but Eze is very clever with the ball and he can dribble it through and he can get through on his right and he can fucking smack it one as well.
Yes, he can.
So they are very similar in that way, but I don't think Eze is the kind of player you'd get to go to the byline and cross it over.
Right, exactly, 100%.
You'd have Skelly there, so he could overlap.
Yeah.
Right, 100%. Like if I see Eze putting balls in the box, that's not what we need to be doing.
No.
I mean, every now and then, he's going to put the crosses in. We know that he's going to put low-driven crosses in if given the chance, right? If Saka or Goikarez are on the counter, he's going to do counter things. But I think if the real plan, and so I agree with Yeti, he's going to invert Skelly and he's going to invert Eze a bit more and not have that wide wide area open. But when it does get the wide area, I have all the confidence in Eze as well, and more than I do in Martinelli at this point, way more than I do in Trossard. I think Trossard's legs are just done. I just don't see how he fits.
Yeah.
But I still, even if we don't sell Martinelli, I'm not going to be mad because I still think he's good to bring on, man, in the 75th minute.
Arsenal will do big
there's something there.
Yeah. But I want to take it down. I want to throw a spanner in the works, right? I'm going to do it. You're saying with Saka on the right and Eze in the middle. Now, what about if he sold Trossard, kept Martinelli out there on the left, so Martinelli is now an impact sub. He comes off the bench, Martinelli. What happens if he plays Madueke on the left?
Yeah.
He could do. Because Madueke could play both sides. So
yeah.
Would that work?
Inside forward as well? I would have said.
I mean, would it work? I don't know. Would that?
I mean, I tell you, right. I tell you, if I was looking at it like from being a manager point of view, without Anthony's input, because I get fired every time Anthony's there. Mansfield, I've gone top of the league, by the way. So it must have been you.
Where's the proof? I haven't seen the proof.
I'll show you. I'll get the footage for you. But at the end of the day, right, what you need in that centre is not an Odegaard. What you need in that centre is a Morgan Gibbs-White. Somebody who can play the pass, play the shot. He's got a lot to learn. But he can play the pass, he can play the shot, but he'll also tackle and he'll also press. Whereas Odegaard doesn't do those things.
Odegaard doesn't press?
Odegaard.
I think you need to go back and watch some games, mate. Odegaard is one of our main pressers.
Odegaard doesn't. But there's pressing and there's pressing.
I get what you're saying.
Right. Just walking towards someone and going, oh, well, he's gone there. That is not pressing. Pressing is getting right into the player.
I think there's some games, though, that you would be surprised that he is pressing up. He's telling them to go up the pitch sometimes.
Yeah, but you're right. He's not saying that he's telling them what to do. I'm saying what he's doing. A lot of Odegaard's game, right, and I've watched it a few times over the time that you've had him, is very much, I don't want to take it. I don't want to take a risk because I'm terrified of losing this ball. So I'm just going to pass it backwards, or I'm just going to pass it sideways, and then they're going to pass it back to me, and then I'm going to give it to Saka. And then Saka's not going to be able to get through. Tries to dive, doesn't work, and then he plays it back to Odegaard. Then Odegaard pass it. You did it when you came to us at City. You did it.
It's been Odegaard, Saka, right? And Goikarez adds another dimension, and other fans would argue that point, Yeti, that not only is that true, but that was because we didn't have a target man up front. That Havertz isn't good enough. Yeah, right.
And that's why this is Odegaard, in my opinion, this is Odegaard's breakthrough season.
Oh, for sure.
It don't matter how many times he dribbles it. It don't matter how many times he runs up to someone and goes, boo, and then don't bother getting involved in them. It doesn't matter any of that stats. Yeah. What matters is his creativity. And he needs to pull to the side when Xhaka plays it to him. He needs to get round his man and play that little ball into the middle. I've seen him do it a few times, but now he's got a striker that should be
with Gabriel Jesus. With Gabriel Jesus, right? When we were cooking that 22-23 season, right? Yeah, that's what he was doing. And all of a sudden, and that was the same year Martinelli had 15 goals because he was spreading the ball around the attacking.
If he can't do it, then he gets dropped and fucking Eze takes over.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. This is Arteta and Odegaard's make or break season because they're two peas in the pod, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's the captain of the club, Arteta's main man. This is the season. I mean, he has now spent almost close to $970 million.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Almost tipping on $1 billion. right? My biggest worry, to be honest, and I got to run here, guys, pretty soon. I got some more work stuff to do. But my biggest worry, guys, is that we get these players in, we get them going, but then Odegaard does the same shit like Yeti's talking about.
Yeah.
Because it won't matter who's there. If Odegaard's controlling things, he's going to go to the fucking right side every time. He's going to loop in flat balls. Pause, right? He's going to loop them in there with his right foot. They're going to flatten out above the defending four and hope that Goicoechea can get a foot on it, a head on it, or something. Or someone gets a foot on it. Because, again, I don't see him scoring outside the box. I don't see him weaving around defenders and playing the ball to soccer with the outside of his foot in a hurried manner, right? In a counter-attacking manner.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Right? Because, and I watched that AC Milan friendly, and I saw Odegaard doing like it's a friendly where everybody's getting fit. And all that stuff. He did exactly the same thing as what he does all the time last season in Premier League games. He got it from Saka, he played it back to Saka, then Saka played it back to him, and then he played it backwards. He looked for an opportunity, it wasn't there, he went back to Saka. At no point did he try. I know there's nobody in the middle, so that might make a big difference. So that's why I say that with Odegaard, this is his make or break season. He could ramp up massively this season because he could be the assist that Gyökeres.
Right. And Gyökeres could be, if we play a 4-3-3, he will drop back into a false nine position.
He could drop the ball back and let Odegaard have some shots with his left foot because he has got a fucking good shot on him.
Correct. That is and I've said this before, I think even on your show with Tony Claude and TJ, etc., that it doesn't matter who we get as long as Odegaard is still pulling the strings because he's going to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? And I kind of saw that a bit too in the Milan game.
That's my point.
Right, yeah, that's been my point too. I've made the argument that no matter who we
making
get,
the same point and arguing about it.
It's not going to matter. Right? Yeah,
so we're both making the same point and then arguing about it. So I mean, what's that all about?
No, we're not. We're arguing. Right? I am agreeing with you 100%. If because the only disagreement I had is that Odegaard does press, but he's not the press that we always need. Right? That's what
I meant. I know he does
up there, bro. He's up there,
press,
sure.
But he doesn't fully fucking press.
Right.
That's what
It's never 100%.
Morgan Gibbs White will fully press. That was the point I was making.
Very true.
AFC always says side, backwards, and high. Yeah, that's
correct. But hopefully that's not the case, right? AFC, we're hoping that that's not the case. But we know from history and we know from our eyes and the data.
Remember these goals that Man United scored against you to beat you when Ten Hag was there? Yeah, that was Odegaard trying to press, dropping on the fucking floor with the dark out. It didn't get seen as a foul, because it wasn't a foul, let's face it. And then basically just played it through, counter-attack, goal, won, beat you.
Well, I again agree with you there.
There's good pressing and there's bad pressing. If you're just going to run up to somebody and start going in front of them and all this, that, and the other, they're just going to play it behind you. If you go in there and see the ball and you go right in there and put your foot in and take that fucking ball, that's a different kind of press altogether.
Right. And we saw that in the beginning of 2024, the calendar year. Remember when we scored 31 goals and only conceded 4? We battered West Ham, we battered Fulham, Palace, and Chelsea. We put 5 on Chelsea.
Would you be scared? Would you be scared?
Forcing other teams to make mistakes, right?
Would you be scared if Odegaard was running up to you while you've got the ball?
Nah, I ain't scared of piss, mate.
No, but I'm just saying, as a player,
he doesn't press 100%. Morgan Gibbs White will knock you on your ass and take the ball.
Exactly.
But I'm a lot bigger and taller than Morgan Gibbs White as well.
I mean, you're not having him. You're not having him. I always say, I'm just saying that's what you do.
But I think even with Goicoechea, the beast and muscular animal that he is, I don't want him running at me full speed trying to get the ball either.
No, yeah, exactly.
Right, and that's something again that I don't think Isak. I'm sorry, we've had this discussion. If Isak and Gyökeres are a 50-50 ball, Gyökeres is going to win that every time. He's strong, bro. He's huge.
Yeah, I'll tell you. The thing, and this is another point, though. This is another point. Yes, I've said that Isak looks like a string of bacon, basically. But there's a lot of players back in the day that have not looked physically big or anything like that. Yeah, exactly. That was the one I was just going to say. That haven't looked physically big, but can work out a way of doing what they do, and that's what Isak does. Isak plays to the way that he plays. Gyökeres plays the Gyökeres. To me, the only problem with Gyökeres is it could be the same as like Holland. You know, where Holland just gets into the physical fight instead of actually. Do you get where I'm coming from?
We have that with Havertz. Yeah, it's more about the drama of with the center back than it is actually. That's the Havertz too, right? Yeah. And that was part of the reason why Arteta bought him, to have a physical presence up front with Havertz, who is a strong kid. You know, and he was muscling players around, and you know we did see that a bit. But again, that's not Arsenal football. That's not what's defined us, is our physicality by our forward. I mean, fuck. You know, we need to get the ball on the carpet and play a through ball to Gyökeres for him to run on, get it around that final center back and
playing on the carpet.
We need to keep the ball on the carpet. I don't want to see fucking Sam Allardyce launch balls to Gyökeres from Gabriel.
You want to play on the
work. I want to keep the ball on the carpet and pass it around through the lines.
Fucking carpet.
I mean, you look at Declan Rice's posture. You won't think. You look at that. You won't think he'd be worth it.
That's my slang, bro. It's my London slang.
You know, you wouldn't think he would. Declan Rice's posture. You wouldn't think he'd be at £100 million because the power of where Declan Rice is in his legs. It's not in his
engine.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Hence, that's the reason why he scored those free kicks last season against Real Madrid. And not that, though. He's got a good footballing brain, and what he does on that it's remarkable. And,
that's where. Let me ask you: if our midfield goes for a 4-3-3, do you want Rice on the left or in the 6? With let's say Eze on the left.
I'd rather have Rice in the 6.
Me too. Eze on the left and Odegaard on the right.
Rice is a DM to me. I know he can go forward and he can score a couple of goals, but for me, Declan Rice plays better when he's back.
Than on the left, you think so?
Yeah, when he's back, I reckon he's better.
I like it when he's on the left, but I don't think Arteta's going to play him there anymore.
I don't think he's going to play him there. So no. So it makes you think, if it's 4-3-3, let's say we do sign Eze, we got Zubimendi. We can only pick 3. So you've got Declan Rice in there, and who are you going to pick then?
Zubimendi. Well, that's a given. He's definitely going to pick the captain, right? And here's the thing too: is we could do Rice, Zubimendi, and Odegaard. I think Rice on the left carrying the ball up, right, is good shit. Right, Zubimendi's he's a top player. He plays obviously in the Spanish national team. He's won the Euros. We talk about Zubimendi some other time, but he's a proper 6. And then we have Odegaard, who is debatable, right? I mean, some fans think he's the fucking shit, and other fans like us think he's kind of mid. He does a job occasionally. Yes, he can twink and tiki-taka a ball around and flick his hair, but is he, like Yeti says, he's really that effective though? Right, we know Eze is effective, but I just have a feeling if we get Eze, he won't start. I still think our starting back is going to, if it's 4-3-3, is going to be probably Rice, Norgard, and Odegaard. I think Norgard probably gets in there above Zubimendi just because of the Prem experience.
I've got an idea. Let me put this to you, right? This idea. So Zubimendi's a 6. Can Zubimendi be an 8?
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. We'll go on that. So what about Norgard as a 6, Zubimendi as an 8, and Rice as a 10?
pretty much what it works out. Put your 10 on the left side.
That is a tough fucking midfield right there.
But I did say in the show, if we replaced Odegaard with Zubermendi, what we would get is more directness. We'd get more directness. We wouldn't get the flicks and tiki-taka and the flicking the boots and the little outside passes. You would get the ball, turn, pass. Get the ball, turn, pass. That's what Zubermendi does. Odegaard, like you said, dinks around with it, looks around, dinks around with his hair, spits on the ground, looks around, says hi to his wife and his new baby, right? Zubermendi gets the ball and plays it. And there's something to be said for that. If Zubermendi gets that ball and he can pass it, bro, he can thread a needle like some of the best players in the world, bro.
I mean, the thing is, like, as nice as a 10, we know he can shoot. We know he can shoot. We know he can tackle. We know he can look after himself in that way. You know, I mean, I actually don't mind that idea. And he's just a full 100%er. You know, he will press properly. You know, if you played him in like as an enganche, you know, who did the number 10 role, but also kept in line the attacking midfielders that they've got, you know, I think that could work, mate, to be honest.
What I really would like, what I really wanted us to do was to get Sesko as well, or to really go back to the 4-4-2.
Yeah. I'm
wondering. You could put Havertz up there, put Rodrigo if we would have gotten him on the left, right?
I wondered if Liverpool would do that. If they got Ekatike and fucking Isaac, would they go to a 4-4-2? But would Salah be okay as being like a right winger? Or would you have to have him a bit? You'd have to have him a bit more advanced, wouldn't you?
But how much more running would he do, though, in that position? Probably not as much because he wouldn't have to come back as far, right? If he's in a 4-3-3, he's all the way up the corner.
Salah wants to be around the goals, doesn't he? So I think you'd have to play him as a more advanced. But I mean, let's face it. I mean, I was looking at it, and if they got Isaac, right, and they got Ekatike, whatever his fucking name is, and they then played like a 3-5-2, if they get Gay. And get, you know, they can play 3 with the 2 wing backs.
Frimpong on the right. Oh man,
that'll be one of them. So
yeah.
But trouble is, though, I get it with the 4-4-2, and 4-4-2.
I love the 4-4-2.
4-4-2 was my favorite formation of all time. Yeah. But in all fairness, lads, I'm going to be honest with you. In this day of football, who plays 4-4-2? No one.
Nobody. That's why
nobody plays 4-4-2.
That's why you break the mold.
We did a few times.
That's why you break the mold. That's what a lot of teams did last season, and that's why they beat the Liverpools and all that. They broke the mold, and like we was playing this camp, we just sat back, waiting for you to make a mistake, and then jumped on you, and it worked. So basically, if a team actually did decide to be that brave, and you've got the players ready. It's all down to player mindset, isn't it? You've got to have them defenders not going, midfielders not going, oh, I've just got to stay here. No, you've got to have them fluid so that they will drop back. When it comes to a defensive situation, your midfield drops back and wing backs, you know, also drop back. And all defensive lefts and rights. And it works. It works, and then if you get the ball, you can drop it over the top, and you've got to. There's nothing better than having 2 strikers that start to
striker partnership.
Partnership, like Shearer and Sheridan.
Brilliant,
you know, that sort of thing. But it's like what I said. Is you with that 4-4-2, you always had a main goal scorer. And then you had a striker the other striker was a creator, even though that striker most probably would score goals. So it's like
a complete forward and a poacher.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but we don't see much of that now.
One and a short one.
Yeah. Or
that's how it used to be, isn't it?
But you don't see that anymore. I mean, you was talking about Liverpool. What about Man City? They signed him in January. Why can't they play a 4-4-2 with Haaland and Marmouche with them together?
It's just going to take somebody to all of a sudden go out the box and go, look, we can't play them stride for stride, so let's try and play them on a different basis. And I've seen it happen a few times. I've seen Brentford go 4-4-2 a few times and play well as well, because it's down to all your players getting into the different positions to make up for what you're losing from a 4-4-2. From from having 3 or 5 in the midfield. You can also have a libero defender who will pull out into the midfield and add to your midfield, and then have a fullback who's inverted who drops into your centre line. There's a 3 at the back. You can also do that as well. I'd love to see stuff like that instead of everybody just lining up as a 4-2-3-1. Do it differently. If you want to try and beat them, then do something different. That's what we did last season. We perfected the counter attack last season, and it worked for us for ages. But it was always going to come a little bit unstuck, sort of towards the end, because that was hard. It's hard work, just sitting there watching the ball, waiting to get it, and then drop it over the top. Sounds easy, but it's not. And we won many teams like that. The only one we didn't get, really, was fucking Arsenal at the Emirates. And hopefully that's going to be this season. But, I mean, the way you're strengthening and all this, that and the other, it's getting scary by the look. And Liverpool, I mean, they're obviously going to want it back against us. Slot's going to want it back because we're still giving him nightmares. I've got a funny feeling we'll be having the nightmares this season.
Do you guys think? We know that they lost. Speaking of Liverpool, still they lost Trent Alexander-Arnold. They looks like they've gotten Frimpong. Has Jermaine Frimpong signed the team yet, or is that still?
I think it's like, mate. I don't think Trent Alexander, apart from Trent Alexander-Arnold's passing ability and his quality, that to me was in the midfield and more on a right side or whatever. He's never a defender. I mean, to me,
I don't think Frimpong is much either. That's why
Zinchenko. Play him in the midfield. He'll play great passes and all that kind of stuff. But Trent Alexander-Arnold is not. I mean, I read that Real Madrid said they've got the best right back in the world. I'm like, you're going to be a little bit disappointed.
I'm just wondering how good their defense is, because they may have the Kirkaz guy from Bournemouth on the left side. Of course, Van Dijk and Konate in the middle, and they'll have Frimpong on the right. I'm just wondering how that defense is going to blend together, because, I mean, that's a complete different left back and right back.
They're probably going to get Gay as well. Because Konate's probably leaving.
Okay, so it's Gay and Van Dijk with Konate on the bench. But I just think that even with add him in there, that's a learning curve for those players. And that's why I think Liverpool probably are favorites to win the league.
Learning curve for everybody.
Right, exactly. But I just think that this will be the opportunity for squads like us, City, etc., to really kind of exploit them and really see how good their defense is, because that will be their weak spot. We know their attack is phenomenal, especially if they pick up the sack, and if they do the 4-4-2, it's going to be very, very hard to break down. But once you do break them down and you're in that final third, I do think they can be got at. I do. I don't think Van Dijk's legs are what they were. Mark Guehi, welcome to the big time. Frimpong, welcome to whatever you do defensively, which I don't think is much. And Kirkaz is coming from Bournemouth, who really, he's great at Bournemouth, but we really don't see what he's like in a red and white shirt yet.
The most complete team
on their defense, is my opinion.
The most complete team, in my opinion, is probably Arsenal, with what you've got now, with your striker and your midfield and and your defence is awesome. So I think the most complete team is you guys, but I think that there still needs to be players behind players trying to compete for shirts. Even Saka, I agree with the Madueke thing, because he's not going to push. He's going to wait till he gets his opportunity. I get that. Eze and Martinelli fighting it out to either be on the left or in the centre. Odegaard, not really got any pressure on him unless Arteta actually puts Eze in the middle at some points or anything. Rice has got to be on the free kicks. I don't give a fuck what you say. If you're a manager and whether they was two flukes against Real Madrid, I'd still bet on a fluke because I don't think there was flukes personally. But you know, I think he should be on the free kicks outside the box or whatever. But you know, Odegaard's going to get on there. Zubimendi, not seen that much of him. Watched him in Milan. Wasn't massively impressed. Norgard impressed me a lot more because he just did the simple things.
Yep.
And I think any team that's good needs those players to do the simple things. You know.
Right. What I think we've done is we had a real drop off in quality from our first 11, right? For a long time, Emerald Smith Rowe, Lakonga, Vieira, right? And we've now, I think our quality gap is a lot closer to what it should be. Granted, Madueke isn't the left wing we all wanted, but we talked about this earlier in the show. He's extremely athletic. He does have an eye for goal. He will play a part, right? And we're going to have 70-some games this season. So we've got to rely on 18, 19 players, let's be honest. And of course, we're going to have injuries that will mount up at certain times as well. I guess my point being is that I agree with you. I think we are one of the strongest sides on paper. Like when you put the names to the paper,
you can beat anybody.
We can beat anybody. And I really think that Liverpool, the more I think about it, their only weakness is going to be their defense. Their midfield's going to be great. Their attack is going to be great, you know. But if teams can get through that line, right, and get the ball around some of those defenders, they will score goals. They will concede goals.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're looking at it from now, and the window's not over yet. And if they're able to just go out and get fucking, because most players are signed on installments anyway nowadays.
True.
So if they can go out and get Isaac, you're not telling me they're not going to turn around and go, oh yeah, the defense is all right, it's all good. I mean, they could even come in for Murillo. They wanted him last time. They could even come in for him again, you know, and then get to Gay and then have Gay and fucking Murillo or Van Dijk or whatever.
They're going to give up goals.
So there's a lot of things to happen yet. So I mean, when it comes down to
I'm going to counter that argument, Yeti. If they get Gia, let's say they get Gia, and let's say they get Murillo, and they're their center backs. Let's say the magic of the transfer market works. Van Dijk heads back to Ajax or Holland or whatever, and shit happens, right? And they have Murillo.
Van Dijk's going anyways.
I am fully confident in the ability of Gyökeres. And if we get Eze and Saka to absolutely annihilate Goyle and Murillo together in a new Liverpool setup. And that's the thing. The confidence I have that is because I have a defense. I'm only saying that because I have Gabriel and Saliba and Skelly back there. And remember, you know, that if we approve the attack and Liverpool's defense suffers, right? And I'm not saying it is because they're linked to good names, but it's going to take time for Murillo and Gulli to become Liverpool level, is my point. Right? And
you've also got to take into account injuries. You've also got to take into account injuries as well.
Sure.
Because they could come into it. Right. Let's have a look at Arsenal. Right. Let's have a look at Arsenal, right, from back to front. Your goalkeeper, Raya, quality, great.
2 years in a row.
Deserved the actual golden boot for himself, but Raya did some great stuff towards the end. I'm just saying. I think, whatever. We'll share it. Whatever. We'll share it. Right. And then you got.
Don't get too big. You got your fucking stars. We ain't got one yet, so let's do shares.
Yeah, mate.
Big man on campus.
Kepa. You got Raya and Kepa. Perfect. Back up.
I agree with that.
Perfect. On the right side, you've got Timber, you've got Ben White.
Yeah.
That's sorted, no problem. Saliba and Mufasa or whatever his name is. That's good. Mascara, yeah. Gabriel, what's his name? Fucking Gabriel and
Kivior. Yeah.
Did all right, to be fair. He impressed me quite a bit when he took over from Gabriel.
Who's really a center back.
One sorted. Left back, Calafiori, Skelly,
Right.
Calafiori, Zinchenko.
Yep.
There's a cover there. Not sure if it's a great cover, but there is cover there. And there's also Calafiori in the left centre-back section as well.
Correct.
Zubamendi, Norgard, you've got Rice, you've got others that can actually play the 8 as well. You've got Odegaard, Eze possibly, if you get him, Martinelli. So, I mean, you look a lot better than you did before. But my question is this, right? Is this too fucking late? Because I think, personally, if you'd have done this 2 seasons before, when you was wasting money on Fabio Vieira and all that crap, and fucking whatever his fucking name is, the guy from Chelsea. No, not Lukonga. Julio or something, whatever. But if you'd have done all this 2 seasons ago, I think you'd have already been picking up Prems, because I think the other teams was resting on their laurels a little bit, you know. And Liverpool won it at a canter last season.
Yeah,
it only held them back as in Fulham, you know.
But I mean, I tend to agree with Dell, because he was talking about the Liverpool defence and the attack, and I always said strikers wins you games. A defence will win you a trophy. But now there is a slight weakness there. I mean, obviously, Frimpong. Don't get me wrong, Frimpong is good. And the guy who they got from Bournemouth, he's good at Bournemouth level, but he's got they've now where they're playing for Liverpool and they've won the Premier League last season. This is a big step in their careers, especially them two. And if they're not up to scratch, and trying to fit in with the style of play out because Liverpool ain't going to change their style of play from last season.
No, I don't think you will either.
No, all right, fine, but I think we should a little bit, but that's it. But all I'm saying is, I agree with Dell. So if defenders wins you trophies and they got a weakness there, I mean, you come on because we got the best. I agree. We got the best. We got the best defense in the Premier League. So now
they haven't stopped signing people yet. That's what I'm saying. So,
exactly. I agree with that. I agree with that. But the minute when you look at it, is that striker, because in all fairness, you go back last season, the season before, who was everybody man marking in the Arsenal team? Saka.
Sure.
Right or wrong, they were marking Saka. Do you know what I mean? So then obviously Saka gets that injuries. His stats weren't the greatest last season, let's be honest, because if you look at his goals, he's quite capable of scoring 3 times the amount of goals of what he scored last season. Through injury, like obviously he's out injured. But I'm just saying, with this striker now, this should be. I'm sorry, but it's got to be make or break time now to make it work settle. Because I think fans have called it. But Berta, and I've been reading quite up. I've watched videos and I've read up a lot about him as well. He doesn't stand no messing about. Right. And I think, to be honest with you, going down the road this season, I think him and Mikel Arteta are going to have a bit of a rocky relationship. I really do. And Berta's
depends on results.
He was the one that got Alvarez.
When he takes Jokeres off because he's not playing very well. Or something like that.
No, he was the one that got Alvarez in. Atletico Madrid. But
they wanted 100 mil for him. Nope, put the brakes on that real quick. I think what's happened, Anthony, is that we've seen Berta take on the European market and Arteta work on the domestic market of England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, etc. Because he's looking at Mandwecki, he's looking at Norgard, right? Berta may be in the picture, right, with the Soba behind him, right, signing the thing, but that's part of it. The director's always there for every club when they sign. That's not
you'll be singing Norgard's praises.
They're not. It's not like they don't dislike each other.
You'll be singing Norgard's praises in 1 or 2 games, 1 or 2 or 3 games this season. You'll be singing Norgard's praises.
Absolutely. Norgard is not Thomas Partey, right? He's not going to be as mobile as Thomas Partey, but he will be taking the ball off of players.
He's an engine room. He's an engine room.
Big, and he's one of the players, Letty, who I'm dribbling the ball. I don't want Norgard 6'3" or 4" standing in front of me, getting ready to just knock my head off to take it. Right? I know. I think Norgard is a good depth signing. Right?
Yeah.
We got the Zubamendi, which we wanted, who can play in the 8 or the 6. I think he can play in the 8, maybe not as advanced, right? But he can play in the 8. He's 8 or 6. Arteta's really
I don't think he's not a very advanced player in that way. Right. I think he's more you do what you've got to do. And
he's a deep line playmaker.
This is my zone.
I'll pick up the rest. You go and do what you got to do.
Right.
I'll be back here, and that's
get on with what you're doing.
So, and that goes hand in hand with what Anthony's saying is the 4-2-3-1, and that is a change I want to see. Like we're saying, if those clubs are really changing, right? What are they really changing? A change in formation is, in my opinion, for Arsenal or any big club, is a big change. The formation.
You think he'll do that?
I think he's going to stick with the 4-3-3. I would love, with Anthony, him and I think we've been two of the main people over the last 2 years on YouTube to be saying, why would Rice and Partey in front of the back four? Right? We asked for that time after time, Anthony, on show after show, and he just refused to do it, but I think once or twice, and that was at the end of last season, I believe, or the middle of the end of last season. But anyway, everything's going to be different, and that's why I think it's make or break for Arteta. If Arteta goes, Odegaard goes, and the rest of the yes men will follow. I still think Zinchenko's going to go, and I think Gabriel Jesus is going to go. I think Fabio is done. But with the makeup, it's looking pretty good. I can't complain. This is one of the better transfer windows we've had in a long, long time. If we get Eze over the line, it's an 8.5 out of 10 window. If we don't,
all I'm saying is this: if you'd have done this 2 years ago, or when Man City sort of picked you at the end and all that lot, if you'd have had this kind of what you've got now and the striker, I don't think they would have picked you at all. Personally.
Right. Well, we would have won the Premier League, and me and Dad wouldn't be like this now against our own manager. We may probably turn around and held our hands up and said, "Fair play, Arteta, you've done it. You've won us the Premier League." But he hasn't done that. Hopefully, he can do it this season. If not, he's got to go. And
everything NL says if they go, great, 10 out of 10. Yeah, I don't think Jesus was ever a good option, to be quite honest with you. If it's game over, if Liverpool get Isaac, lads, it's gonna come down to sort of like what happens. I think to be honest, it's all gonna come down to how you perform against the not lower teams, but the other teams in the Premier League. The team that's fighting it out, it's gonna come down to that. If you play Leeds United and you lose, that's going to be huge. If Liverpool play Leeds United and they lose or get a draw, it's going to be huge. I think it's all going to come down to what you do with the other teams.
Yeah, right. Yeah, for sure. I expect to lose at 3 grounds. I accept losses at 3 grounds. That's City, Liverpool, and St. James Park in Newcastle now. I would put Old Trafford in there, but that's a shit show right now. And if we can't beat Man United, we really have to take an in-depth look at our style of play.
You don't beat us at our ground. You missed out.
3 grounds, I expect, it's going to be tough. And I don't ever expect a win at Anfield. I don't expect a win at the Etihad. And I haven't expected a win at St. James Park because we haven't won there in the last 4 or 5 years.
What about City ground?
Oh, that's
I'm not even worried. Well, bro, come on.
City's
ground. I'm sorry. It just doesn't strike the fear in me.
You lost the first game 1-0, and then it was a draw the next one at the City ground.
Well, yeah. Well, hey.
You don't beat us there. So you've got to sort out your own form. You've got to sort out your own fans. Your own fans have got to fucking back you 100%. If they're going to talk all the shit, then they need to stay there and fucking back it. Every other team does it. So they need to fucking do it. You know, I think there's every chance that you could take this league by storm next season.
By storm?
But for me, it all comes down to are you fair, or whether you go to Burnley and just go
Everton.
Right, it's only Burnley. Right. It's only Burnley. We don't really have to worry, and you start pissing around with the ball and stuff like that. So
that's what happened at Luton.
That's all it comes down to. But I think I can't help but think that Liverpool are probably going to pip it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Even like Adam's saying with Isak, I think even
I think they'll pip it.
We could pip it. But I do think if they bring in if 3 of their back 4 is new players, I gotta agree with Anthony. There will be struggles. It will not be as straight as it was last season for them. Because Alexander Arnold, as much as I don't think he's like the greatest defender, but he's a fucking good player, bro.
Yeah, but it can also mold as well.
He's the nucleus of that team, right? I mean, like you
when
said,
you get a new back 4, it can also mold straight away. If you know your football,
but is it going to mold against Holland and Breaker? Well? Is it good? I don't think they're going to mold.
All right, look at us then. Look at us last season. Yeah, we was struggling with the concentration and the defence. Nuno brought in Milenkovic, Murillo, phenomenal back 4. Phenomenal back 4. So that was new players coming in, and it became a phenomenal back 4. So Liverpool could do the same. And I don't think they're actually going to be daft enough to get players in that ain't going to fit in. Yeah, you've already got a set back 4, so you're already sorted in that. But then you've also got a back 4 that knows they're good, which can lead to fucking bozo moments as well. Because you get a little bit over fucking confident. So you've also got to take that into account. Arteta ain't doing shit, says Danny. And
I'm just trying to be a realist, bro.
Fan base, imagine saying to Tony Adams, we are not expected to win. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm with you too. My point is that we aren't that successful at Anfield. And do I expect to win? Yes. But then I start watching the match, and my reality starts to set in. AFC, I guess I shouldn't say expect to win. Those 3 grounds to me are the hardest place to get points. I should have said that better. It's not that I don't expect to win. It's like if we go to Anfield, I know it's going to be a hard ass game. We go to the Etihad, it's going to be a tough game. We go to Newcastle. We haven't won there in season, so I don't. So my expectation is yes, the 3 points.
So basically, that's down to the manager. That's down to the manager and the motivational speech beforehand. Because you turn around and say, look, everybody expects us to lose here, so let's get out there and fucking prove them wrong. It's simple as that. We have done that. And sticking pineapples up in each other's arses and fucking bananas and all that sort of shit. Just go in there and say, right, everybody expects us to lose, so get out there and show
exactly. It was 2-0 89.
Simple.
We had promise, right? No, and he brings up 89. I get that. We're a long way from 89, bro, but I get what you're saying. And we did beat them 2 seasons ago at Anfield. I get that. I guess I wanted, again, those 3 grounds, to me, in my humble opinion, we really have to fight for points. And it's not a shocker to me at the end of the season that we've dropped points at the Etihad, at Anfield, or at St. James. I guess that's to summarize my point. It's just not a shocker to me if we lose there. I want us to win. I kind of expect us to win, but I don't have, if we're going somewhere like fucking Burnley or Leicester or something, yes, I'm pretty convinced that we can go in there and do a job. When we go to Anfield, I'm just not convinced.
But you've got to look at the cups as well. I mean, you go to teams that aren't supposed to be as big as you there, and you lose.
And right. And that's because they have the conversation that you just talked about with the manager.
That's what you've got to stop doing.
Well, yeah. Where'd Anthony go? I guess he accidentally hit a button.
I don't know. I think he got fed up with you, to be honest. But
blame him.
At the end of the day, right? You've got to do. Yeah. And right. At the minute we've got a solid back 4, solid, absolutely solid. What's going to happen after that and what we're going to do after that, I don't know, because we're going to get it sorted out at some point, and I would imagine we'll all of a sudden sign people left, right, and centre like we normally do. And that'll all be a learning curve as well, and that'll all be new players coming into the team and all that kind of stuff. I mean, in a lot of ways, I'd love to be in the situation you guys are, but at the same point, we ain't been in the Premier League as long as you guys are. So we can't expect to be in the situation that you guys are. So whenever we beat you, if we beat you, it's like another fucking scalp.
Absolutely.
If you beat us, it's just like, well,
just turn the page. Anyway. No, I get that, and that's the thing about football. That's I can understand fans like yourself from teams that aren't let's be honest, winning anything, but we're not either. So who am I making fun of biased, right? But if I'm a Liverpool fan, if I'm a City fan, right, we beat you guys 3-0. It's not even a headline. You guys beat now. If I'm City or Liverpool or Arsenal, you beat us 2-0, 1-0. Right, that's a big deal. You fans celebrate that until the next day, right?
It's massive.
And I just think
if we beat you at the Emirates, we're having an open top bus.
Oh, for sure. Fuck yeah. Of course you are. Cocaine for everybody.
I'm going to be the first one on it.
Yeah, of course you will be. Yeah. And then
I think that it's the mentality, and for what I've seen 5 years, we don't. And it is. You're fucking spot on. All about mentality. I've said that to so many people on YouTube. And I had one guy, when I said it's about mentality, no, it's about tactics. I said, no, it's about mentality, because you can have the best tactics you can come up with. But if your players ain't got the mentality
to figure it out,
see that through, doesn't matter. Mentality is massive. And whenever we come against you guys, we want it 100%. If you come against us, it's just like, oh, wait, it's Forest. We should be all right here. And that is a killer. That's a killer.
Maybe.
I get
what you're saying. I know what you're saying, because I see that, right? When I watch, I see that as well. I think there is a change of attitude, you could say, when we go against, I'm not going to say little clubs, out of the top 5 or 6, right?
Yeah.
And I think top 5, I include Newcastle in that. I do not include Tottenham in that. So with that being said, the top 4, the top 3 with include Arsenal, I'm nervous to go to their ground, because it's such a battle with top teams. I don't have that level of anxiety on a Saturday morning when I know we're going to Forest. I know it's going to be a tough game, but but steadily that changes, right? Yeah. Steadily that changes, and it already has changed. I think this season is one of the massive Premier League seasons we've had in years, right?
Oh, yeah,
There's so many changes now in these clubs.
It's going to be huge.
This is a massive season for several clubs.
Yeah.
Maybe, unfortunately, Crystal Palace got the ass end of everything, but with that said, it is going to be very, very tight, I think, this season. Last year, I'll pick up the slot in Liverpool. They came in and they beat the shit out of teams right from the get-go.
Yeah.
There was no hesitation in their upward trajectory to get that trophy, right? Well, Arsenal, we were still figuring things out. We're figuring out about Marino and what we're doing, Calafiori, and it was all about bringing these players through, which angered everybody. Big up, Steph. Which angered the whole fan base, right? Pretty much. And that's a reason why I think they didn't go for Sesko as well, because I'm not in the business of bringing up 22-year-old Serbian strikers. I don't give a fuck about his career path. What I care about is he coming in, is he going to lift the silverware that we need? If not, get the fuck out now. We don't have time to bring up players, right? Waneri, how long did it take this to bring him up? 2 seasons. He's ready to go, bro. He is ready to fucking go. How long did it take to bring up Calafiori? Who knows? Because he's shit, right? I mean, Calafiori, out of the left backs that you read, is the one that can go. I would rather have Zinchenko for this season run-in than this fucking Prince Pearl Jam looking fuck under their left back, because it's.
I think you're going to do that, Tony. to be honest.
You think we're going to keep Zinchenko?
No, I was talking to Danny. He said,
I
think you've got to go back to back.
They're good, but I don't think it's going to be by 10 points or more like it was last season. The other club, that's too close.
It depends.
I got to see, Danny, you're doing your back four a bit.
You turn up to certain games.
Say again, mate?
You have the ability to pull apart lots of teams. Many teams.
Hopefully, if we have the mentality to do it, though, like you said, the tactics think shit if you don't have the brain cells to do it.
And it's all down to Arteta. I mean, Arteta seems to be a kind of person to me that Brian Clough is a fucking legend, and all his team talk was this. And nowadays, these team talks are like so stupid, be the fucking light bulbs and all that kind of shit. Whereas all he used to do was like go in, put a towel on the table, put the ball there, turn around to all the players and say, "That's what you want. Go and get it." That was it. It didn't matter whether you were playing against Wolves, whether you was playing a team that was in relegation, or whether you was playing against a team anywhere. That was his team talk. There's the ball. Go and get it. But now you've got all this fucking Amazon waiting to video you and give you a show the next week.
X and O's on the whiteboard.
They start giving it all this. Oh, guys, I've come up with this new idea. We've got this big fucking beach ball, and everybody needs to edit before we go out to fucking play. And they do it because it's for the cameras. Back in the day, they didn't do that. I mean, I don't know what George Graham did as like a team talk, but I would pretty much guarantee that it was probably around the same kind of thing. Like, we are Arsenal. We are the fucking team to beat. Get out there and show people why.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. You don't have to sort of like talk to people individually or anything like that. Tell them, we are this club. Get out there and fucking show them what we're about. That's it. Simple as that.
I agree with that 1,000%. And if I had like lucky stars aligned and I become a Premier League manager someday, that's exactly what I'll say. You can't dictate what's going to happen in a football game. It's just too much anymore. There's no X's and O's, right? Like, oh, you run behind him if he moves left, and you can draw that shit all day you want on the board. You may never get the opportunity to do that. You may never get the opportunity.
Liverpool fans. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, right. That was Darren Bent in Sunderland, wasn't it, when he shot?
Wait, it's same as don't mention coffee cups. It's same as don't mention coffee cups to Forest fans, because when we were playing Derby at Pride Park, Mark Crossley, instead of kicking the ball, kicked the fucking coffee cup that was chucked on the pitch.
Oh, shit.
Fucking Pesca-Salido, I think it was, fucking put the ball in the fucking net. Because he just kicked the coffee cup went flying, and the ball just stayed there.
Really? This is the ball went out of bounds, and he kicked the wrong thing? I think this is
back in the set, mate. I need a pee.
Absolutely. This is a major season, y'all. This is a major season for a lot of clubs. Back-to-back Liverpool. That would really say something about cities, that would really put a dent in their aspirations. We haven't talked about City or Chelsea much at all on today's show. But, what do you comments on Chelsea City? Put them in. Let's talk about it. I think City are going to get third. I think they're going to press us for second as hard, but I don't think without Rodri, I'm not sure what City can produce. And I'm really excited to see what Florian Wirtz does at Liverpool. How he's going to be utilized by slot. And maybe that's a change of formation as well. I think it puts Szoboszlai maybe on the bench. I think it's going to be McAllister, Gravenberch, and Florian Wirtz. But I think any team is going to be tough to beat now, y'all. Any team's going to be tough to beat. Mid-table and up. I haven't seen much of, we were talking earlier, I haven't seen much about what moves they've made. But I still think Emery will have them organized and ready to go. I think Newcastle, even if they lose Isak, oh man, that's going to be a real tough one for the Magpies, isn't it? They'll find someone. They've got a great midfield. Jolinton, Tonali, as you guys know. Yeah, Sobo's on the bench, Danny. I don't see any other way. Wow. It is key. Stephanie, it is key. And we were talking earlier, Steph, I think before you jumped in when Anthony was here, is if Liverpool really makes up their back four, maybe there's some inexperience there, right? There's going to be mistakes. If it's Van Dijk, Gil, Frimpong, and Kirkhez, that's a whole different makeup of what they're used to, of the longevity that Trent had. No, of course, AFC, just a different opinion. Absolutely. No, I want to win every game too. AFC, don't get me wrong. I would love to lift another gold trophy, but I just think the opposition is so tough now, AFC. And not like it wasn't in 89. That was a miraculous win to lift the trophy. And I wasn't following Arsenal then. I didn't start following Arsenal till about 99. About 99, but 10 years later. However, miracles happen, and we beat them at Anfield, I think 3-1 or 3-2 a couple seasons ago. And that's the thing that's going to make this season so great, you guys, is that there's been a real influx of talent. You've got to admit, Moosh for City. Who else they got? Rylanders for City, right? They've got Nori, who's I think is okay, will be okay. And then Liverpool, obviously, with the moves they're making, the moves we've made, the moves that Chelsea have made. And even Tottenham will be better than Frank. I think they won't be as open. Tottenham were great attacking, but they're
also another thing you've got to take into account that you're not taking into account about Liverpool as well. They're going to do this for Jota.
Oh, that's a huge point we haven't talked about.
That's another thing you've got to think about.
What a motivation will be there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And no, I'm not downplaying Liverpool. The only weakness I see is the defense. And that's only if they get new names in there, which they are getting new names. But that doesn't mean, that who was their left back last season? Succamus?
Robertson, was it?
Robertson was in and out.
He's gone, Annie Robertson.
I think so. I think he's gone somewhere, and I can't remember where. Maybe Danny knows.
Well, you've got Kirkhez, haven't you? Is he right?
I forgot who was their left back, to be honest. But we know Trent's gone. I just think that it's going to take some time for that Liverpool defense to blend if they get gooey, right?
Yeah, but like I've said to you, when we got Milenkovic in, that didn't take long for us to blend.
Right.
Right. You can't always rely on it. I mean, if you're going to go on it like that, then you can turn around and say, well, how long is it going to take Gyökeres to blend?
Right.
How long is it going to take Zuba?
Let me be specific, Yeti. I'm not saying their season is defined on that. What I'm saying is that's the only weakness in their squad. Like if you look at their squad and you see a three out of their back four, what's that?
The window's not shut yet. I don't think Liverpool, for any for 1 minute in time, are going to get Isaac in and sort out the attack and not sort out the defence. I think Slot's got an idea of what he's got going on, and I think you will find that there will. I mean, apparently, Real Madrid want Rodri, and if Real Madrid get Rodri, then possibly Man City might want Morgan Gibbs-White. So, I mean, I don't know how that one's going to go either. It's very difficult to sort of say how it's going to go. I mean, you look at Man United at the minute. Cunha and Burmo, two brilliant signings, in my opinion. But, they've got to have
either one.
And they may get Ollie Watkins as well, which could be a big thing for them as well. But I wouldn't discount anybody. I never do. Never have, never will.
Right. You're right. I have been discounting United.
Attack and Liverpool's goal power is different level. That is a very good point.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
No,
if they score 6 against you, you don't matter how the defence is.
Well, that begs the point, Yeti. Then it's that Liverpool and Arsenal should essentially have it should be a shootout. It should be a 6-5 shootout, right?
I would say, that's what I said before. I think, to be honest, the way it is looking at the moment,
If they can score 5 goals on our defense, I'd be surprised.
And possibly Chelsea as well. Because you've also got to take into account as well, if Isak leaves, because you see what the Newcastle players are saying, not about him leaving, but they're saying that we want to get everything. If Isak leaves, that could cause a massive thing where Guimaraes wants to go. And he could end up at City.
True. Oh, that could be. This could be the linchpin for the flood. Yeah.
Tamale could fucking go.
You're right. I thought the Goikarez deal was going to open things up, but I think you're right. If the Isak goes, that changes the transfer window complexity overnight. Yeah, that changes everything. Very true. Very true. I don't think with Liverpool that it will take time for Isak to blend. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not as long as it's going to take 3 defenders, right? I guess that's my overall point. If I was to throw a dart at a weakness in Liverpool, it would be the new defensive signings. But
you get booted out of the ground.
What's that?
You get booted out of the ground for throwing darts.
I'll shoot a spitwell with a straw. an African blow dart. If I'm throwing darts and I have to find a weakness with Liverpool, I'm sorry.
Well, no, he's gone.
Your back row that have to be bled in, that have to get, like Yeti said, this and that, and get ready for the club. But now, Daddy's probably saying in the back of right, what are you fucking smoking, devious? That we bring in Gulli, he fits right in. And that's the opposite side of the coin, right? Where I'm wrong. He fits right in and they go on and win fucking the treble or something. And then I'm wrong.
We don't even know. We don't even know.
You're right. Because the window's not closed. It's not even close.
We don't know what you guys are going to do. We don't know whether you're going to sign Eze and then you're going to go for something else as a possibility.
We could go for something
else might become available and you might go for something else. We don't know if Liverpool might decide to go for Gay. Well, they are going for Gay as far as I know. And they might even sort of see something that all of a sudden becomes available and bolster up that back four. And yes, it's going to be a new back four, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't work. We've seen it many times where they put a back four together and it just fits like a fucking glove. Sure. You've got the better one. I think we've got the second better one, personally, with Murillo and Milenkovic, Aina and Williams, or whichever way we're going to do it. And I think it's like, and it comes down to that. Van Dijk is staying. So you've got him. If you have Van Dijk and Gay, I think you've definitely got something good going on there. Frimpong, I don't know that much about. On the left, Kirkaz.
He's a midfield
cracking player.
He's attacking right back is Frimpong. He was Bayern Leverkusen, if you remember, part of their unbeaten run. He scored important goals.
Brilliant. McAllister's fucking awesome.
Gravenberch, I'd have Gravenberch right now at Arsenal. I think Gravenberch over Norgard every day.
Schlobberschlei.
Yeah, no, again, I think their only weakness is just the mix-up of the defense if they bring 3 new players in and start 3 new players. I could be wrong. They could blend like Jell-O, right? Or they could be fucking Bambi on ice and they could be turned around into a pretzel.
So could you guys.
Yeah, I don't think our weakness. Our weakness to me, I said this before the Madrid games and the Champions League last year, or earlier this year, that our weakness is transition, man. Right? Our weakness is transition, and getting through the low block. If we were to buy 3 new defenders and throw them in there with just Saliba or say Gabriel, I would say our defense is weak too.
I don't understand this low block being difficult because the low block for me is very easy to get away from.
Yeah, you shoot from outside the box.
Somebody who has the fucking, like an Eze or something like that, who wants to run straight at that fucking defence and pull everybody out of position and stuff like that. Get the pass away to somebody who's in space, and then you beat the low block. I don't think the low block's as hard to beat as what everybody says it is.
Yeah, but that's what we faced a lot.
Passing and make proper passes and make proper runs.
Right.
And you beat the low block.
And have a target man that can score. as in the number 14, Victor Goykares. No, I get that. The low block shouldn't be a difficult thing, right? You train for this. I mean, all these kids have been playing since they're 6, 7 years old. They've all faced low blocks. Let's be real.
The low block. The only reason the low block's difficult is because players are lazy nowadays and just want everything on the plate, whereas they don't want to fight for something. If you look at the players, the way they play now, it's just passing back, passing sideways. Back in the day, you'd have one player like I don't know, like fucking Collymore or whatever, who'd just get the ball and he'd run through the entire defence and then put the ball in the back of the net. That's what we don't have nowadays, because basically everybody's training is about being in a certain position, and no matter what happens, you don't move your position.
Right.
Yeah? Whereas it needs to be about fluidity. Whereas if he runs into, I mean, how many times have you seen it where a guy runs straight through the middle and everyone's going, why didn't he do anything? Because he's been told to stand there. So everybody's too fucking rigid in their fucking formation. If you had him fluidity, that if he tries to run through there, you go round that side and stop him. And that's the problem nowadays. Everybody's training is just so fucking rigid and so fucking anal. And that's why players just find that space that you're not looking after and get through you.
I do agree with that 100%. But I think in the manager's mind, the view is if you go fluidity and you lose the ball, you're fucked. That's the thing, right? And now people are out of position. If it's too fluid, right? If it's too fluid.
Well, if it's fluid, then somebody's taking your position. So you're not out of position then, are you?
Right.
That's
but
how
I think
fluidity works.
Right. But going to the pet mind is that
if I move to my spot, you take my spot.
Right. If you have the fluidity, though, like in Pep's mind, he plays systematic football. As you know, he wants all the players the positions. Because if the ball is lost and it's on the side where that player is out of position, then he doesn't want that counterattack. But that's why that's, it's like, if the player's
that's why you don't have people saying things. That's why you don't have managers saying things that fans say, because fans will turn around and go, "What was he doing? Why did he just stand there? Why didn't he just get in front of him?" And all this, that, and the other. You don't get managers turning around saying that because he's doing what he was told to do.
Right. Very true.
He should have used their fucking brain and just go, right, that guy's fucking running through. I'm going to get in front of him and fucking take him out.
Systematic football has been winning trophies for City, but he has the right players doing the right things as well, right? I mean, that's
took it by storm. That's why.
Right.
Took it by storm. Nobody was ready for it, but now people are ready for it.
Ready for it. Yeah.
Working it out.
Right. Right. If Doku's going to stay in that spot as a defender, stay in that spot. Right? Because they're not threatening anything, right? But you're right. If they're more mobile and fluid, you have to react more as a defense than you do when they're just static in their positions, waiting for the ball to come to their side. Right? If that's what I'm interpreting, you're saying.
I don't understand zonal marking, to be quite honest. Man mark,
right.
When it comes to like set pieces and stuff like that, and they do this zonal marking thing,
zonal marking is
running around going, "Oh, it's your man." No. It's like fucking Chuckle Brothers, isn't it? It's like, "Oh no, he's your man." No, he's mine. No, he's your. Oh bollocks! They've scored.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bollocks.
Zone is hard. I would think zone defense in football is really hard because the pitch is so fucking big. But zonal defense in like basketball, right, is not bad because you have two guys underneath the basket, two guys up front, and one guy kind of running around, right?
Yeah.
Right, so it's different. But yeah, I agree with you too. I don't know how you would zonal mark that well in football. I don't know if I've ever really seen that. Maybe I have and not known what it was, right? But to me, it's like
you down to one player
communicate and you find the open man and you just mark up on him. I don't know.
I've always been a big fan of buying a player in for a situation that you want them to do, and then allowing them to do what they do, and that's the reason I bought them in. Not turning around to him and saying like, "Oh, you're a left back, but I want you to play central defender, 100%. And I want you to do this and this, that, and the other." I've always been. I mean, look, you can sort of change it around or whatever. But it's like, well, if he knows what he's doing and you brought him in to score goals, then he needs to just stand there and get the ball and score fucking goals. You don't need to go in and start tackling everybody and all that kind of stuff. He needs to just do what he's supposed to do. And I think we're losing the point of football with that, to be quite honest with you. You buy a striker because you want him to score goals. You don't want him to fucking start tackling everybody and kicking everyone the fuck, because strikers don't tackle people and they'll get sent off. Basically, they want a defender running in and shooting.
And they're not the best tacklers, are they? Strikers are not very good tacklers.
You don't want a defender running in trying to shoot a ball outside the box because he's going to put the fucker on the moon.
To put it in my backyard, yeah, exactly.
Unless you're Marino, because I mean he's got.
There you go, Marino.
We need Gay, we need Isaac, and a proper 6. Yeah, I mean you still got that Endo guy, ain't you? I mean, I thought he was a bit of a downside on your lot, to be honest. Not very good.
London's drinking the Arteta Kool-Aid again. Gosh dang it, Londoner. You're supposed to drink beer, not Kool-Aid, son. God dang, boy, what part of Texas you in?
Hey, Lone Star, you've still never answered fucking Jez's question.
Uh-oh.
Because Lone Star said that Arteta's an elite manager. So Jez asked him, okay, tell me how he's an elite manager. He's still never answered it. He disappeared. I mean, and if you're gonna say something, then you have to back it up, don't you? You know,
you gotta back it up.
You can come on here or whatever, and back it up with Jess.
I should have gotten off an hour ago. I guess I'm not working anymore today.
You did. I was going to say that. You said I don't know what happened to Anthony.
I haven't been on YouTube in a bit, so this is too much fun. Fuck work. I'll put in a vacation slip.
Yeah,
I just think this is a make or break season, bro, for a lot of clubs. I mean,
how do you think we'll do? How do you think we'll do?
I think you'll finish in the top 8. It was hard to watch kind of a little bit of your downfall in the last part of the season. It just wasn't.
I knew
clicking, man. Yeah. You mentioned that. You mentioned that you were waiting for the drop a bit. But I mean, you guys are a good squad.
Frustrating.
It's got to be frustrating. Yeah, to be basically in the top 5 for like 3/4 of the season, and then just sort of have it slip away.
We didn't lose at all at the start of the season.
Right. Well, yeah, that's right.
4 or 5 months. That's the only time we lost. And then I mean, if you look at last season for us was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Anfield for the first. Anfield for the first time in 55 years.
Would you finish 7th?
55 fucking years.
I hear you. Would you guys finish 7th?
Yeah, about 7th. Yeah,
7th, 6th, or 7th.
We fucked up with Leicester, and then basically we got beat by Chelsea, so we didn't get Champions League. And if I look at like the thing with Crystal Palace, this thing that's going on with Crystal Palace, I think they do deserve Europa League. But at the same point, you've also got to look at it as in like, because they're blaming us totally. But the thing is, you've also got to look at it as in you knew what you had to do and you didn't do it. So, it's not right in that respect. You knew what you had to do. You had to contact them. I get it because they didn't know they was going to win the FA Cup, but I suppose you do it to make sure, just in case. I've always been that kind of person. Just in case this goes wrong, I'll do this. You know. And they said that the email went to their like fan base complaints section or their merchandise section. Wasn't that your fault? Because that's the email that you gave them.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have picked the phone up. I mean, it's 2025. We don't do stupid common sense things, do we? Like picking phone up, emails instead. But Lone Star says Nuno is an elite manager. Tell you what, he was last season. I wouldn't say he's an elite manager, but he did some fantastic stuff. He gave me some amazing memories last season.
Yeah, I think you guys will finish. Maybe the same.
Mid-table, I reckon.
Yeah. It's just it was hard to watch because I was watching some of your.
We're not on your level yet.
I think I was watching a little more of Force than I was Arsenal last season because at least you guys were playing for something.
Mm-hmm.
I know you have players, but it's bewildered to me still the money just involved with buying players now, like Rice for 90 million, this player for 150 million. The numbers are just staggering. When you get into it. It's kind of taken I think Jez would say, and Lee Gunner as well, like it's kind of taken some of the fun out of it a bit because now it's just a competition who can buy the best players, right? And that's always been at the same time. But it's just kind of like if Liverpool win it and then City wins it again and Liverpool wins it again and Arsenal keep coming second. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not 100% on that one, to be honest, because
I was really done with the best
players and they don't always work out. Yeah, you remember Man City ages ago and they bought Robinho.
Oh God,
he just didn't work, did he? Haaland first season, phenomenal, brilliant, absolutely phenomenal. Last season, why they don't just play the ball to him if I had someone like Haaland, I'd playing the ball to him all the time. As soon as I get an opportunity to put the ball over the top, Collymore-esque, I'm putting the ball over the top onto his feet, and he'll do the rest. That's the way I would play Haaland, to be honest. But they want to do this thing where they involve everybody and make everybody part of it, and that's the thing that they're losing out with, in my opinion. Fulham remaining talks with Arsenal over signing Reece Nelson, and formal approaches expected Chelsea over Kieran Dewsbury-Hall. I like Reece Nelson. I think he's decent. Who cares what club spend? Ain't my money. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah.
I think that way too. The output you get for $100 million player between, let's say, you go by Zubimendi or Florian Wirtz. Is Florian Wirtz that much better than your man Morgan Gibbs-White? Is he that much better?
No, I don't know.
That's what I have with money. Why is he 100 million, but Morgan Gibbs-White is 45 or 50?
I looked into him. Right, if you want my honest opinion about Morgan
Gibbs-White, that's the kind of shit that I don't understand, I guess.
I'll give you my opinion on Morgan Gibbs-White. Yeah, he's got a lot of potential to be something amazing. There's a reason he's not getting put in the England team all the time.
True.
Because as a Forest fan, I have my issues with him because it's like sometimes he's one of those kind of players that will go, oh, I'm going to dribble it through everybody. Oh, there's 4 players here. Oh, but I'll get through this. I can do this, but you can't. So that is where you sort of take those 4 players away and then you play it to some fucker else who's out in space, because those 4 players are missing. So that's going to leave a gap in the opposition. So then you play the pass. And the amount of times he gave away possession for us and put us in trouble, which a lot of Forest fans don't seem to get. And when it comes to like shooting, I think he's got massive potential. Massive potential. I want 100 million for him. Yeah. I don't give a fuck if he's worth it. I'm a Forest fan.
No, of course you do. Well, you want the most you can. But I guess my point is,
say what he's worth.
The point is so we got Odegaard for 35 mil, and Liverpool went and bought 120. Was it for Florian Wirtz? 120, 25 mil? I forget. Is Florian Wirtz that much better, let's say, than Odegaard?
I don't know because I've not seen anything on it.
Right, but that's my point, dude. It's like here's Odegaard, who, granted, we have our doubts about him, goes to guard, all that stuff, but he's pushing the Prem, second place, 3 years in a row, semifinals of the Champions League. And then you go by Wirtz, right? That's 5 times as much money to do seriously the same things almost. That's the spending I'm talking about. It's not about the club spending overall. I'm with you, Lone Star. I don't give a fuck. The clubs are, these guys are millionaires, billionaires. They're one percenters to me, bro. I don't care what the money is spent, right? As long as it's quality players, right, that can win us something. What I'm talking about is like the individual players and their values. Like, how could Florian Wirtz be 5 times worth the amount of Odegaard? It just, I don't get it, right? Maybe does he produce more? Maybe. You know, and we can watch. Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal stuff. But then those critics can say, "Oh, it's the Bundesliga," right?
But everybody always says that, though, don't they? I mean, Holland came from the Bundesliga as well,
right?
I'll probably get booted by doing this, by the way.
But, oh, really? By showing a clip?
Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. I don't really know that much about him, to be honest. I mean,
well,
is that him? You know what I hate about watching these YouTube videos?
He was 14 years old. Go ahead.
You know what I hate about watching these YouTube videos about players? The fucking people that make them never actually put a name above their heads. So I'm like, which fucking one is he? You know? I was watching one the other day and I was like, which one is he then? I don't even know which fucking one he is. Someone's spending Liverpool 269 million, Chelsea 212, Arsenal 137, Man United 133, Man City 127. Yeah, but it's also what they're bringing in, and you know, because Liverpool are looking to sell Harvey Elliott, which we're looking at, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And Nunes as well. So, and Chelsea are making money left, right, and fucking center.
Oh yeah, they're buying every player. Well, Danny says in the next comment too, after Lone Star, is like Villa paid City paid $100 million for Jack Grealish, bro. $100 million.
Yeah. I tell you what, out of all the £100 million players,
it's got to be the biggest
I've seen that are like 100%, 100 million. Well, not 100 million, but 100% worth it. It for me has got to be Declan Rice.
Really?
He's awesome.
He's awesome.
He just goes and goes. That guy should be captain of Arsenal.
Yes, agreed. Right him or Gabriel should be captains or captain and vice captain.
Bro, he wears his heart on his sleeve. You can see it. He is an 100% player.
But is he doing $100 million things? And I would say yes, season he was. Yeah, last season those 2 free kicks to me were $50 million free kicks.
What do you want for $100 million things? Because he's teaming up the team. He's fucking making things happen.
Right.
He's putting free kicks away against Real Madrid to beat them in the Champions League.
I agree. Last season he was.
What more do you want? Do you want him to walk the fucking dog?
I want him to lift a fucking trophy.
Yeah, but that's not just down to him, is it?
No, it's not. But it is down to us when we pay £100 million for a $70 million
player. Who would you say puts in 100% every single game more than anybody else? That's Declan Rice.
Declan Rice. Yeah, no, I know. But does Declan Rice, and I know in this age, this era of football, he's probably equivalent of $100 million player. My point is, is he really doing $100 million things? I mean, that's just such a large number for one player.
I think he's come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you don't want him, we'll have him.
No, I do want him. But what I just want, I guess, is more sensibility going forward. Like, again, Isak, top player. But I knew just as a club, we were in the position to buy him.
He's got nobody to find, though, has he? Declan Rice goes forward. He does all the things right. But who has he got to find? Nobody. When Gyökeres is there, they'll have somebody to find. You'll probably see a difference there. I think Declan Rice is one of the best you've signed in a good while.
I agree as well. But then I still think we were raked over the coals by West Ham for him.
Yeah, because but you had to. You're Arsenal. You should be showing that ambition. Yes, you got raked over the coals or whatever, But at the end of the day, they want their money as well. You paid it. You know, that's down to you, really. Lone Star says Forest have spent 27 million on Brazilian duo Igor Jesus and Jaya Cunha, but winger Anthony Elanga joined Newcastle for 55 million. Yeah, exactly. And I think Anthony Elanga got away with a lot of this shit, to be honest. And I could imagine that Elanga's a little bit pissed to Isaac leaving, to be honest, because I think he wanted to join up with him.
Oh, yeah.
Isaac's going to leave, so.
Yeah. That's a very good point. I just think when I spend $100 million on a player, I expect a fucking trophy, man. Not that we weren't close the season before.
You can't just expect it from one player.
I know.
You're on the right cause. You've got Skelly, who's like 100% behind it. You've got Gabriel, who's definitely 100% behind it. But obviously, looking at defenders, what he does in the midfield is fucking insane. He don't just like tackle people and take the ball off them. He actually goes forward and he gets involved in that side of it as well. Right. Declan Rice is fucking awesome. Honestly, he's awesome. And he will become world class. And signing for Arsenal has been a massive thing for him. No disrespect to West Ham. I liked him at West Ham as well. But since he's gone to Arsenal, he has got into that section and he's fucking moved himself up. And big up to him. Declan Rice is at least 8 or 10 every game. Yeah, I'd agree. 100%. Rice deserves 100 million. Grealish's biggest flop in the last 10 years. Grealish shouldn't have gone to Manchester City, to be honest. But, you know, he's not a flop because he's won titles and shit. So, I mean, he didn't make the wrong decision.
I think the City was an okay move for him. I still think he was played out of position, number one.
Oh, yeah.
And number two, he wasn't, again, he just wasn't
he was a prime replacement for De Bruyne, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He always was better in Aston Villa, going straight through the centre, getting taken down and getting free kicks and all that kind of stuff. He was the most
player in the show.
Playing on the left.
Trophies come from the manager and the board now.
Liverpool are already 6 on the list of most money spent by one club in a transfer window around the world. Arteta holds Rice down. Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. I always rate Rice should be the captain of Liverpool. Arsenal. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Whenever I watch an Arsenal game, it's always him going, come on, let's fucking get going. The 2 free kicks against Real Madrid, which we keep going on with, was fucking spectacular. And even if it was a fluke, I'd still fucking keep giving him the fucking free kick over Odegaard. Because something.
Those were placed perfectly. It was a fluke because they only had a 3-man wall instead of a 4-man
wall.
I
don't think there was a fluke at all. I think for a kick.
Right. I guess I should say fluke, but the real mistake in that is what the announcers, I agree with, the commentators during the game, is Real Madrid only had 3 men in that wall instead of 4.
You are too entitled. That's your problem.
That is a problem. But
I'll be honest. Would I take where you are without the Bell End fans, or where we are?
You take where we are.
Where you are every time.
The Bell End fans probably will come around.
You know,
the Bell End fans will come around this season. If Gyökeres doesn't score 20 goals, the Bell End fans will come around, and it'll be Arteta out all over again.
Rice is absolute class. No doubt about that. And the jump up. You look at Mourinho, right? He's gone to Arsenal. Yeah, he's done some decent stuff, but he's not really set the world alight.
No,
Rice has set the world alight in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
He's the one that you have to worry about. He is the fucking Tony Adams.
He'll be defined as one of our better players. Yes, for sure. You know, if he wins a Premier League trophy, he will go down as one of our best players. You know, that we've had a long time. I mean,
you can't expect to just sign Rice and then win titles, because It's down to the fucking manager and what the manager does, you know.
Right.
And as has already been said in the chat, he's being held back by Arteta, and he obviously is, because if it wasn't for Odegaard, Rice would get the captaincy. I don't think there can't be one Arsenal fan out there that don't think that the captaincy should go to Rice. There will be Arsenal fans out there that say that, but they're the fucking retards, because you can see it. If you know your captains, your Roy Keanes, your fucking Tony Adams, your fucking Stuart Pearces, you can see what that guy brings to the table. And he turns around to every single player and he goes, get your fucking act together and fucking get on with this. That's what captains do. Yeah, they don't just turn around and do what Odegaard does. Oh, go on, fans, come on, fans.
Right.
And all this, that, and the other. They make sure that the team performs to make the fucking fans sing. They don't stand there telling the fans to sing.
Right. 100%. And I don't want Arteta is going anywhere or going to. I mean, he's not going anywhere. I don't know about that. I think this is a great season, bro. This is the season. If he doesn't get
it will only go so far.
Yeah.
It'll only go so far. And I think with the amount of money he's spent now, if he don't get something with what he spent now this season, if he gets Eze and he's got that team to battle everybody, and maybe if he finishes second, I mean, do you always want to finish second?
No, I want to win it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. I'm saying to Lone Star, do you always want to keep finishing second? Do you think second's good? Because second don't win you fuck all.
Some fans do. I'm not saying Lone Star is one of those fans, but some fans do. Some fans see that all this is progression, and there are elements of progression. You can't ignore the fact that we finished 8th, 5th,
he's still in the process.
8th, and then got us up to second, right? I get that, and it's taken time. But the thing is that it's still been under the guise of bringing up players. Sometimes the story's more about bringing up players than is actually winning the league. And I think we started to face that with Sesko, right?
Yeah, what a Forest fan said on Facebook the other day, right? He said, we need to trust the process. And I sent a reply and I said, if you ever say that again, I'll find where you live and I'll wipe you out, I'll wipe your family out, and I'll wipe your whole fucking seed.
Extreme.
It was full on like Last of the Mohicans.
Jesus.
I'll wipe the fucking lawyer. And he's just like, we don't do trust in the process. That he does. No fan wants to finish second, don't be daft. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying to you, though. But that's what he keeps doing. So why is he an elite manager? Please explain to me, why is he an elite manager if you keep finishing second? He's not winning anything. And you can turn around and say, well, we only finished 7th. We've only been in the league 3 seasons. I think 3 seasons finishing 7th is not that fucking bad, to be honest.
Especially when
you were in
the top 5, top 4.
Yeah. Have you seen what Sunderland are doing? Fucking hell, they are proper.
Oh my God. Sunderland are doomed.
200 million, I think.
Sunderland are done out here. And I'm too, Joe. I gotta run.
Yeah, no worries. I don't know where Anthony's gone. It's good.
So thank you so much for a great show today. I didn't get any work done this afternoon, but it doesn't matter.
Been absolute
fun. And definitely put me on the calendar for the metal show. And
yeah.
I'd love to talk that. Other than that, bro, it's going to be an interesting season. All of the teams are improving.
Absolutely.
Everyone's going to be up for it,
I hope you get it, bro. I hope you get it, because I'm tired of it.
Me too. I want Eze, and I want an 8 out of 10 window, and I want to lift a Prem trophy. And I want to win an FA Cup as well. I want a double. I want it all. I want a quadruple.
That's exactly
quad.
100%.
Cheers to you, mate. Cheers to your chat. I'm off to get food.
Take it easy, bro. Love, man. Love to you and your family, bro.
Thank you very much. I will
You've
talk to
been
you.
on. It's been a really interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Really
Good. Big up. I will see you soon.
Take care,
Cheers,
mate.
bro.
I'm just
Take
going to
care.
nip to the loo and then I'll carry on.
All right, mate. Cheers, guys.
See you later, mate. Ta-ra. Right, I'll be back in a sec, guys. I need a fucking piss. Well, guys, this has been an absolute epic show. Really enjoyed the conversations and stuff like that. And Lou Star says we have a different definition of elite yeti. Yes, we do, bro. We do. Because elite manager, to me, means you win shit. And you leave yourself like a legacy or something like that, And spent nearly sort of £1 billion, yeah, and you should have something. And I think if Arteta hadn't been such a big-headed prat and got a striker in, regardless who that striker is, if he hadn't been such a big-headed prat saying we don't need strikers, we don't need this, that, and the other, he was trying to teach other managers to walk who knows what they're doing better than he does. And that, to me, is insane. Elite managers, to me, are like Brian Clough, are like Alex Ferguson, proper quality managers. Mourinho, they know what they're doing. That's proper managers. Slot, you've got to put Slot in there with what he's done last season. Comes in, wins the league. Can't fault it. And if you'd have done the things that you've done now, then, you might have been in with a chance of it as well. We've had this conversation so many times. Big up, Dan Yeti. Have a nice weekend. And you, Danny, bro, always, matey. I got your back. And, so we've got, Forest Fulham tomorrow. Friendly. So I'll be covering that. Definitely be covering that. But I love these conversations that we have. Like, it's gone into AI, it's gone into Ozzy Osbourne. That's what the real deal's all about. It starts off football and then it continues football to a point, and then it just goes on to other stuff, and I love it. That's why I started the channel. That was the whole reason to start the channel. It's a chill area where everyone just comes to have a laugh. You get numbers here and then they drop and then they go up and then they drop and all that kind of stuff, and it's just how it goes. We got a lot of people on here, it's very difficult to sort of keep up with the chat, but I do my best. You doing the women's final watch along, Yeti? Yeah, 100%, yeah. And I will be doing the Forest women's watch alongs as well, which I think starts in September. So I've got to get used to that team as well. If you wear a Forest badge, then you've got my support, and I'll be there for it. And also the academy players as well. I want to get involved in it big time with that. I mean, what do people think about these keep it real, keep it Yetis like things that I do every morning for like 5 minutes, 8 minutes, or whatever, where I just like have a mega rant? And I'm on Rumble now as well, because I think it's always good. Like looking at Michael Chelsea, big up to Michael Chelsea, 1988 on Rumble. Big up to him. I think it's always good to have something to sort of fall back to, just in case you do sort of get banned or whatever. I'm not going to stop being how I am on the strength of being banned. It's never been me, and I never will be like that. Fuck them. I won't be on tomorrow. I have a 13-hour drive, but I'll tune in on Sunday. Yeah, no worries, bro. No worries, man. The thing is about this is you just go and you just do what you're doing. You know, people are there, people are there. If they're not, they're not. You know, it's just how it is. You know, you just enjoy it. Bon voyage, Tony. Absolutely. And many thanks to Danny. I mean, this week's been a bit weird with the Ozzy Osbourne thing. Because, yeah, I mean, I've said a few times before to people, why are you RIPing this person? You never knew him and all this, that, and the. But when it comes to like Ozzy, Ozzy's a big, big part of my life. Big part. When I was getting into metal music and like Iron Maiden and all that sort of stuff, I found Ozzy Osbourne, and I can't remember what I think the first song was Ultimate Sin, and I just loved it, and I just went mental. I just bought everything. I'm one of those kind of people that as soon as I hear a good song from a band, I'll just go out and buy everything they've ever done. Because I like to, I'm same with gaming. I like to see where it started out. So, like Cradle of Filth, I'll go to their very first album, and their first album's like, yeah, it's not quite what it is afterwards, and then I'll just see what I like in that respect. But Ozzy, man, I mean, you watch that. I mean, the only issue I've got really is he started off all this reality TV thing. And some of it's just the biggest pile of shit you've ever seen. Kardashians and fucking, what is it, Made in Chelsea, and that fucking Geordie one as well, Geordie Shore. They're just crap. But the Osbournes was just class. And I've been sat watching them most of the week. That's took over from Dexter, because I've been watching Dexter as well. But now I'm just sat watching the fucking Ozzy, fucking Osbournes, and fucking, he's just brilliant. Ozzy lived his life to the max. Absolutely, Danny. Absolutely. And the thing is, you know, the crazy thing is the amount of things he did, the amount of drugs he did, and the amount of drink he did back in the day, like doing, like having a swimming pool full of fucking vodka. I mean, fucking a swimming pool full of fucking vodka. You know how when you dive in a swimming pool and you get all the water in your fucking mouth? This fucker's got vodka, bro. It's vodka. And he fucking drops like a fucking... There's a Motley Crue thing, Wild Side or whatever it's called. It was on Netflix. And he drops a bottle of vodka on the floor. And he's like fucking sat there licking the fucking vodka off the fucking paving stone. Because he don't want to waste it. You know, that's not something that millionaires do. Millionaires, he was just such a down-to-earth guy as well. Because if anybody asked him, like, oh, you're the Prince of Darkness, he's like, I'm just a guy from Birmingham. I'm just a guy from Birmingham who got lucky. And that's how he always used to see it. Or that's how you see that he saw it. And watching him, you see exactly the same thing. And if you look at that last concert when he did Mama, I'm Coming Home in that chair and he couldn't get up, what an amazing fucking guy to do that last concert knowing that he was going to die. Parkinson's takes him. Parkinson's disease takes him. Yeah, he's drinking, he's doing drugs, and all this, that, and the other, but something as, like, thingy as Parkinson's, that's what takes him. That is pure rock and roll, and I would imagine his family is absolutely fucking destroyed because they all stuck together all the time. They went on tour together. They was together constantly all the way through their lives. I mean, I can't imagine what they're going through now, losing Ozzy. That is just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, he drugs, alcohol, parties, women, that he's living the life to the max. Absolutely. 100%. What's the point doing it any different? What is the point doing it any different? You know, you only got one life, haven't you? You know, and that guy lived it to the max. And it's like when he talks about this bat. This bat, when it was thrown onto the stage, he thought it was one of them plastic bats. Yeah? So he bit the fucking head off. And it turns out it was a real one. You know? So that's kind of what that story is. Or the story that he tells, anyway. But he's just a quality fucking guy. And he never really sort of looked at it as he was better than anybody else or anything like that. Anybody that met him said exactly the same. I never met him, unfortunately. Never seen him in concert or anything like that, but he's so down to earth. You know, it's unbelievable. Don't think he ever sort of took it as like, I'm a fucking millionaire and you're nothing. You know, like some of them do. Absolute legend. And then straight after that, fucking Hulk Hogan. Fucking crazy. Cardiac arrest. I mean, and if you look at Hulk Hogan and his life and all the, you know, all the work he does in the gym and all that kind of stuff, you know, I suppose it's going to take its toll on you eventually, you know. So it's crazy. You look at these people and you think about yourself and you sort of think like, fucking hell, what have I done? Not really done anything, you know. Can't really think of anything. The only thing I've ever done is like stuck up for my rights and stuck up for who I am, you know, stuck up for Forest and, you know, and all that kind of stuff. That's the only thing I've ever really done in my life, which I think's a massive thing because I've lost jobs through it and stuff like that because I just won't take shit and I won't take somebody like trying to fucking tell me what to do in those kind of situations. And I think if a lot of other people have been like that, then the world would be a better place. But it always came down to people turning around to me and saying, oh, we're not happy about this and we're not happy about that and we're not happy about the other, but they wouldn't do anything. But they knew I would, you know. So I would do something and then I ended up like losing my job and all that kind of stuff because I was just left on my own. So this is kind of where the trust thing comes from with me. You stop trusting people with that kind of thing eventually, and you stop telling people things, and you just lose trust in people. That's why I love the cave, because it's people that I know they get me, I know they understand me. The other guys that come on, they give them total respect as well, which is phenomenal, you know, and that's kind of what it's all about. You know, just being real and just being yourself. You know, Danny, Tony Neary, you know, Mama, fucking Rossi, you know, all these quality people, Jez, you know, they're all sound people, you know, all good people. And it's nice. I mean, the chat tonight was fucking awesome. I know I missed a lot of the chat tonight, but I did see some of it. But sometimes it just freezes up and you don't know where it's going. But the people that's been on as well, Anthony, I don't know where Anthony disappeared to be honest. But it's the real deal, you know. And I can go 2 hours and then stop it and get all the fucking, you know, all the stuff going. But, you know, I'm not bothered about doing that. Not bothered about that. Not bothered about money. Not bothered about any of those things. Oh, I got me things back on, you know, the dentures that I've gone for. These, like, clip-in veneer things. And I got a message today saying that the molds I did for the bottom of the teeth are fine, but the top aren't. So basically, I've had to pay another 20 quid to get another set of molds for the top, which is insane because it's the top that I'm bothered about. A lot of them is fine. A lot of them's fine. It's the top on. Look at the state of the fucking top. I can't go and do fucking on. I'm not gonna keep fucking doing that, but I can't fucking get them to do it. So they won't do it for me. So I've got to get these veneers at the top. So if you all of a sudden see me on cam and I've got like turkey teeth, then that's what it is. And I will probably take them off on the stream as well. Big up, Bargab, mate. How you doing, bro? What's new? Not a lot new, bro. And do you expect Gibbs White to be done? Interesting point. Yeah, mate. If you want to jump on, you can jump on, mate. I'll drop the stream in the chat. Ain't seen Central Man today. Central Man normally jumps on. I ain't seen him today. He must have fell out on me. Might have taken the piss out of him a little bit, to be honest. I suppose you can expect that. I wouldn't have handled that, so you can understand that, I suppose. Where's that fucking Anthony Bellend? I bet his missus has told him, get off that fucking internet or I'll fucking divorce you, can. Well, that's what he's done. You know, get on the internet, you fucking prick. Right. See if Jezza will come back on as well. That he will, but he might do. Fucking see what's going on. But no, Cole Rossi. Like to have Cole Rossi on here, but he's obviously busy. Can't at the minute. Yeah, another time. No worries, Bargab, mate. And what you said about the Gibbs White thing, I don't know what's going on, bro. I don't know what's going on. The only thing that I know is that he must have had some part in that. He's got to have had some part in that. Do you know what I mean? He's got. If his agent might have, like, I think Spurs are pretty fucking stupid, to be quite honest with you. Because if you get told the release clause and it's an NDA, which they might not have told him it was an NDA, so understandable. How many teams go in with the exact bid? You tell me now, how many teams go in with the exact bid? Every team goes in with, like with Wissa, 50 million he's worth. Well, that's what they're asking for. So we go in with 25. You get turned down, you go in with 30. Get turned down, you go in with 35. Get turned down, you go in with 40. And then all of a sudden, you get to the point where you hit the release clause. That's the whole point of a release clause. Yeah? You hit the dot to release the clause, you know? But Spurs, like Dumbos, get told that that the release clause is 60 million. Was it 60? 60 million. And the Dumbos go straight in with a 60 million bid. Does nobody else think that's a bit fucking weird? That's fucking weird, man. There's definitely some sorcery going off there. What's more likely, Forest want to keep Gibbs White or Forest want more money? I don't know, because we don't know what Gibbs White's thinking. That always is the problem for me in these situations. That's why I can respect what Isaac's doing and turning around saying, I want Liverpool or I want out. You know, that's what I want from players, you know. So you never really know what's going on, because players don't come out, and basically what players do is like what Alanga did when he went to Newcastle and turns around and says, well, Forest accepted the bid, so I went. Bollocks. Bollocks, mate. Bollocks. If you go, you go. But admit you went because you wanted to go. Don't try and pull it back on my fucking club. Don't do that. Can Forest actually get more money from Tottenham legally? I don't know, mate. I don't know. The problem is, right, is that the release clause straight away. No club ever does that. If there's an NDA, it all comes down to if there's an NDA on the contract. And I would imagine there is an NDA on the contract, otherwise I wouldn't do it behind closed doors, you know. So there must be an NDA on the contract. So if the agents turned around to Spurs and said, well, he's got a 60 million release clause, and then Spurs, like dipshits, turn around and go, we'll give you 60 million for him, that makes no sense. If they'd have gone in lower and gone at 52, and we'd have said no, and then gone in at 55, and we'd have said no, and then gone in at 60, we'd have been like, well, he's got a release clause. We've got no choice. You've just hit the release clause. To me, that's the whole point of a release clause. You work your way up and hit it. You know, that's the way I look at it anyway. I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm just saying that's the way I look at it. But the thing is, they went straight in at 60 mil. He's a little bit stupid from Spurs, to be honest, I think. Well, it's stupid from us. He's in bed. It's stupid from us, right? It's definitely stupid from us having a 60 million release clause on Morgan Gibbs White when he cost us like 47 million or something like that, whatever it cost us. And he's an England international as well. So, I mean, if you want my honest opinion on it, I think when Manchester City was sniffing around, I think there came a point where Morgan Gibbs White turned around and said, I need a release clause or something like that. That's my point of view. And that's where that release clause came in. But 60 million for a player that costs you 48 to 50 is just fucking dent. Because, I mean, he's in England. I mean, whether he's worth 100 mil, I don't really care. I couldn't give a fuck. I don't care what someone's worth. I'll try and sell you my fucking testicle for $6,000. You know? You're going to go, no, I'm not buying your testicle for $6,000. So I'll go, all right, what about $5,000? No, what about 4? What about 4 pence? You know, but you still ask for it, don't you? I mean, I'm not selling the testicles, but the buyer gives the price and then it gets knocked down, however it goes. I'm not sure why I was going on about my testicles then, but anyway, it is what it is. But to me, the buyer always gives the price, and I can try and charge you whatever I want for something, you know, like memberships and stuff like that. I can go £50 a membership for a month, and you're going to go, fuck off, I ain't paying fucking 50 quid. So then I'll drop it, and then I'll drop it again. and then I'll drop it again, and then I'll drop it again. You know, but you can ask for anything. But it's like, you know, it just didn't make any sense. I thought we were stupid for setting the release clause at 60, and I'm sure there's been things gone on about that. But at the same point, I want to say that our owner cares about this club, right? Whatever anybody else thinks, don't matter. Our owner cares for this club, and that's what I want from an owner. Yeah. So he's not going to back down. And all this shit I keep reading, oh, Levy will destroy him, Levy will do this, Levy will do that. Don't think he will. Don't think he will. Marinakis has got where he has by doing what he's done. So I don't think he's going to get taken out by a jumped up fucking bald-headed looking fucking twat like Levy. I don't think that's going to happen. He's got no chance of doing that. So, yeah. But, you know what? It is what it is. And hopefully we can pull in these new signings. Endoy looks decent. You know, McAtee would be awesome. But I think he could possibly be on his way to Eintracht Frankfurt or whatever it's called. So, you know, that's a difficult one. Bakayoko was the one I wanted. I think he would have been a superb replacement for Elanga. Bakayoko. He just looks so good. He's great getting into the box late. He's great with a shot as well. Got really good pace, but apparently he's signed for fucking Leipzig, I think. So that one's done. But Endoy also looks decent as well, but we've got competition from Napoli. So hopefully we can get that one sorted out as well. But yeah, I mean, the McAtee one, it'd be great if McAtee stuck by. Maybe Harvey Elliott. Harvey Elliott's another one kind of looking at as well. Hopefully that one will come about as well. Because Harvey Elliott's obviously always been behind Salah. So, you know, we just got to wait and see, basically, and just see what happens. I mean, if we look at, like, what's going on at the moment, obviously Andy O'Brien's gone to Wrexham. Shame. I liked O'Brien, to be honest. I did like him. I thought he was quite decent. We got this guy here. Hold on, let me just share the stream here. This is on X, by the way. So made a $6 million offer to RCD Mallorca for 27-year-old right back Pablo Maffio. The agreement with the player is complete. So yeah, I haven't seen anything of that yet. Leon have agreed an $8 million fee with Forest to sign goalkeeper Matt Turner. Zach Abbott has got a new contract till 2029, which is awesome. Nottingham Forest, Newcastle, and clubs in Italy have all registered an interest in Chelsea forward Christopher Nkunku. Never heard of that one. Well, I've heard of him, but I've never heard that one. Villarreal are interested in Stade forward Arnold Claudio. Reims could agree to let him leave if they receive an offer of 30 to 35 million. Don't know who that is. Nottingham Forest in the recent hours have made an offer for Atletico Madrid right back Nahuel Molina. Yeah, he looks decent. I've looked at him on the things. Outgoing rumour, Nottingham Forest winger Jota Silva is being evaluated by Sporting CP. Portuguese winger appeals to Sporting manager Rui Borges and is a highly regarded option for their winger position. I mean, I like Jota. I think he gives everything when he comes on, personally. Napoli have sent new formal bid for Dan and Doy. to Bologna worth 9 million. Loan fee 26 million, obligation to buy plus 5 million add-ons. Forest already offered 30 million fee after Ndoye agreed personal terms with Forest as priority last week, and he looks quite decent as well. And it will be good to get Douglas Luiz as well. Douglas Luiz would be a good one for us to get. Nottingham Forest have had a 10 million bid projected for Ellis Verona defender Jackson Tshati Chua. Forest already to offer 12 million for the 23-year-old. Never heard of him. Forest, Aston Villa and Sunderland on the race for Leicester City's Bilal Al-Khanous. Yeah, I mean, he looked decent, to be fair. Nottingham Forest have offered 5 million fixed plus 1.5 in add-ons. Maffeo asked not to play in the weekend fixture and wants Mallorca to accept the offer, but Mallorca are wanting more in the fixed fee. But yeah, McAtee and Douglas Luiz, I think, would be a massive add-on for us, to be honest. The other ones, I don't really know who they are, to be honest. Molina looks decent. Don't know about this guy, Muendio, or what the fuck. I don't know who that is. But yeah, I suppose we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm sure it'll work out one way or the other, and we'll sort ourselves out when we'll get the players in that we need. And that's the way it goes. So we just got to keep going and just get these players in. Does anybody expect us to do the same as what we did last season? I mean, I didn't expect it last season, so... You know, it just got to go the way it goes, isn't it, really? Hopefully we can keep shit together. I mean, Morgan Gibbs White, for me, is just... I don't know what he could say, to be honest. If it's his agent, then sack your agent. If he sacks his agent, then I might look at it differently. But he ain't sacking his agent. So, who is the issue here? Because if he ain't sacking his agent, then obviously he's part of what's going on. You know? That's just common sense, isn't it? Because if it was my agent and he'd try to put me out to other teams or whatever, then I'd be like, well, why are you doing that? You've caused me a lot of trouble. I'm going to, you know, and you'd sack him, wouldn't you? You'd sack your agent. So that makes no sense that they're not doing that. But anyway, I keep talking till the fucking moon goes down. Well, it's probably gone down. But anyway. Brilliant stream tonight. Loved it. Real deal. Make sure you jump on to the Rumble as well, because I might end up over there eventually. I've already had one video earlier on, dropped to 18 plus, because I did swear a lot, to be fair. I did swear a lot. I was angry, and it's a good job I didn't do it the night before, because the swearing would have been a hell of a lot worse, because I was really angry. But yeah, so guys, let's just cut it right there, and yeah, keep it real, keep it yay, always. No messing around here. Absolutely no messing around here. What I have to say, I will say. People don't like it, tough shit. And take care, yeah. Same to you, bro. And yeah, so I'll catch you all later, guys. Keep it real, keep it yay. And tatty fucking bye. See you later, guys. Take it easy. What the fuck am I doing? I'll end it now. Take it easy. Keep it real. Take it fucking easy, real, and all that bollocks. See you later. Man, why is the fucking stream not ending? What the fuck?